What's up, everyone? Welcome to Normal America Show. I'm your host, robnoerr. I gotta take care of something real quick. I'm sorry. How many times I do that? I'm the best at starting the stream and then realizing I forgot to do something real quick. Great to be here today. Hope you had a fantastic day. I know I did. Now, I'm at work and I do block shifts in home health care. But I happened to be out in the town today, and I ran into my wife and my son out shopping. So, always a surprise to be able to see them. So that really brightened my day. It's a bummer because when you have to leave, it's the worst. But it was nice to see them for about an hour. Very, very excited. You might say, oh, but look, Rob, what a sissy, he's crying. Yeah, look, I don't know if you could tell. My eyes won't stop watering. Allergies today. Beating me up. Gotta get some Claritin or something when I get home. But no, I'm happy. It's my go home night. Tomorrow I get to go home and hang out with my family. So that's always wonderful. So I'm the type of person that's always looking ahead, like the following day. So Sunday, I all day because I'm like, I go into work tonight. And then once I'm at work, it's not that bad. Like, just the thought of going to work's worse. And then Tuesday, I'm at work, but I'm like, I get off tomorrow. So I'm, like, happier. So I'm excited. Got a little pep in my step. Yeah, Maurice, actually, so if you all missed it, I did a debate. Nevin doesn't seem like a panel debater. But I did a debate on nationalism versus globalism. It basically became a 3-on-1 where I was debating Dylan Burns' Destiny and a guy named Beckett. And there was another guy in the panel, Nevin, that was sort of a middle-of-the-road type person. But he's more scholastic. He's written books. He's not really in the debate mentality like I am. So he wasn't really much of a factor in the debate. But Nevin reached out to me, and I did say I'd be happy to have him on the show some evening, and me and him could talk. I know this is unfair to say, but sometimes the way people speak and things like that, even if they're saying things that are important, sometimes it's not an engaging way. And so hopefully if I get Nevin on, just me and him, it'll be more engaging than in a panel setting. But yeah, sure, I'll talk to him. No problem. Who we got the lineup for a 4-on-1 or whatever for me today? Can we get some more? I haven't had enough. I'm hungry. Let's beat some more lefties than centrists, right? But yeah, you can check those debates out. We're not going to rehash it. That's what we did last night. But suffice it to say, I thought I had a pretty good showing. Things on Brexit aside. And actually, I went back and watched some of that conversation I had on Brexit to sort of get better, to see what I could have done better. And it's not as bad as I originally thought, other than taking someone's word that we left Brexit and then that wasn't the case. I didn't really speak out of turn. Everything I was saying was accurate. The mistake was focusing on that instead of other issues as to why globalism's bad. So I'll take credit for that. And I also take credit for, I don't know the intricacies of what's going on with Ireland or the intricacies of David Cameron versus Theresa May versus, Boris Johnson. I don't know the intricacies of that, and people do know more, but I stand by the fact that, just like with the Libsyn Treaty, that the people that were pro-globalist, they drug their feet once they didn't get the outcome that they liked, and that's something that they're wont to do, just like globalists in the United States drug their feet and tried to sabotage Trump when they didn't get the outcome of the election in 2016 they wanted. I stand by that statement. It's pretty simple, and I think I'm accurate in that assessment, but nonetheless, not really what we're here to talk about this evening. So I got 2 topics that'll run me the... Thank you, Nico. Appreciate you going to Rumble. It's hard for me to read the chats on Rumble. I don't know. I have it up. I just have to go. So when you get there, Nico, type something into Rumble and see if the chat's working. So, but we got 2 topics tonight, and one of them is actually, one's going to be a bit dicey. No, that's okay. We'll jump in. We talking racism. Ooh. It's got bigger people than me canceled. Scott Adams. We're going to talk a little about Scott Adams and race relations. And then we're going to talk about lab leak theory and what was going on with that. So I will leave it to the audience. We're going to stall a little, 5-10 minutes until we get the chats filled up and we're ready to go. but we'll just talk about whatever for 5-10 minutes, and then we'll jump right into whichever the audience would like me to get into. The conversations about race or the conversations about the lab leak theory, of whatever people are preferring. But hey, you can go to my YouTube channel and you can check out the videos I put of me in that debate panel. I clipped 35 minutes of the interactions basically between me and Destiny, but the full 5-hour debate's up there, as is the 3-hour after discussion. So feel free to watch all of that if you like. Judge for yourself. I welcome criticism. I think there are things I could have done better, but overall, by the end of that panel, I was slaying everyone. And the audience of people like Dylan and Destiny could cope. That's fine. They're wrong. Every time people just say, Rob's a liar. He moves on from topics when he's proven wrong. You don't have a source for that. Every time I provide a source. Yeah, but the context for that source is X. By the way, this is what fact checkers do all the time as well. Right? They'd be like, Trump would make a statement. They'd be like, we rate that false. Well, it is technically true what Trump said. He was taking credit for it, and it wasn't hit. Well, then if it's technically false. Thank you, TP. I appreciate it. That's sort of what happened with Destiny. He calls me bad faith, says I was a liar. Now, having said all of that, I don't dislike Dylan or Destiny, or Beckett for that matter. I don't wish any of them ill. I don't, but I'll tell you if I think I crushed them, or I'll tell you where I thought I was weakest. That's just, that's the game. I don't mind if Destiny or Dylan are talking to their audience right now saying, I crushed Rob. They're wrong, but it's not hard feelings. It's not like I'm going to be like, ooh. It's like, So, it was fun. I didn't talk much about the Arena Saturday. So, the second episode of the Arena was Saturday. It was on a lot of the times I'm going to phrase the topics like they were phrased in collegiate debate. So, it's an affirmative statement. So, the topic was women should raise families and not focus on careers. It was a good panel. There was one particular panelist named Synth that was quite spurging out, for lack of a better word. Now, I tend to be a light-handed. I don't want to mute people. I don't want to ban people, but Synth probably should have been banned. It got out of control. I didn't ban him. I warned him. He got better by the end of it, so that's all good. But I hopped into Sonsel's chat here earlier and was like, hey man, now that the FBI and the Department of Energy are saying it most likely came from a lab leak, for those that don't know Sonsel, someone I would consider someone I like as well, who's like a lefty, though he's beginning to get more centrist, getting canceled by the radical lefties he is. But he had said years ago, or over a year ago, I think it was over a year ago, he'd said that it was debunked. It was debunked that it could have came from a lab. And he claimed that if it turned out that was wrong, he would do some bad things to himself of a sexual nature, which I won't get into. Suffice it to say, I will not be calling him on to do that, because I think that sort of degeneracy should be avoided anyways, let alone on behest of me beating someone in an argument. You replied on Rumble, can I see it? Yeah, Nico, I can. It's just I got to switch screens to see it. Now, eventually I'm going to get a second monitor, and I'll just have Rumble's chat up on that monitor, and so I'll be able to see anytime it pops up. But, yeah, he did calm down. Synth did calm down by the end of it, so it was good. This week's panel, I don't have all the guests yet. I think Aftershock has filled out all the guests. But the panel is... fat shaming is good, or we should fat shame people will be the topic. And so I figure it's a great topic for me, because as someone who's very physically fit, what am I supposed to do when I see a disgusting obese person? So I really try to stay measured. It's like, what should I do? As someone with a six-pack who, clearly is just shredded, should I be going up to overweight people saying, listen, you need to be more like me? Or, Maureen says, why do you all delete the Arena right after it was streamed? Was hoping to catch it Sunday, but it was gone. Well, it's on my Rumble channel. So if you go to my Rumble channel, every episode of the Arena will be there. The reason it gets deleted off YouTube is because people mass report. So if someone says the improper word for a certain disease that was involved in a pandemic, you literally could get mass reported and get a community channel strike, right? And Andrew has a lot of people that he's feuding with, so he doesn't want to leave anything up that could get up. So those are all going to be on my Rumble. You don't have to worry. So if you see, and I'll put the links up, but If you go to my Rumble channel, you'll see every episode of The Arena is right there, as it was broadcast, with the right thumbnail. So, what? Oh, goodness. My chat's not going to work, so sorry. I'm not going to be able to put anything in the chat today. Strange. Anyways. Can someone type something? Oh, shoot. Let's see if I can fix this real quick. It's not a big deal, but... Yeah, okay, it worked there. Okay, I think we're good now. What that was about. My restream chat wasn't letting me type. But now we're good. Okay, so I figured it out. Bam! Destiny never got rattled. He did get rattled. You can see it in his face. You can see it when he says, I need you to repeat blah, 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 blah. That's him getting rattled. I'd play you the clip, but I'm on Twitch. Oh, that's the other thing. I wanted to apologize to my Twitch audience. I forgot Twitch's stupid terms of service. If someone's banned off the platform, you can't even show videos of them. So I forgot about that. And right before I did that yesterday, someone reminded me. And so I was unable to keep streaming on. Why doesn't the Crucible upload to Rumble? Well, because they have comfy.stream, which is sort of a similar concept, I would say, is why they don't upload to Rumble. They do upload to Odyssey, though. So, I don't know. It's just not the platform they've chosen. So, oh, you don't have to go over to Twitch, man. You wherever you're comfortable, I'm cool with. But thank you. Though I would appreciate you sending me all your money, Matt. See, I'm just kidding. But no, I don't think Destiny looked very good at all, especially in the final 2.5 hours of that debate. I don't think any of the people I was debating did. And also, the last thing I'll say, bragging about myself. It is not easy to keep your thoughts cohesive when there's everyone's against you in a panel. Because they're constantly, I start to make a point and then Dylan says something. And then I start to respond and then Beckett says something. Then I start to respond and Destiny says something. Right? All right, Matt, give me twice the views. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it. So it's difficult. I'm not making excuses. I still think I did very damn well. But I think I could have even done better on a one-on-one discussion, which is why they don't want to have a one-on-one discussion. It's easier when there's 4 or 5 of you. I don't like that. If I'm talking to someone, I don't want 4 allies. I want to talk to them. So, all right, up to the audience here. We could talk about Scott Adams and race relations and things surrounding racism, or we could talk about the lab leak theory. We will get to both of them. The question is where to start. I'll give you a brief overview of each topic. The lab leak theory, we have now both the FBI and the Department of Energy that are saying that the most likely theory of where the virus came from was the lab in Wuhan. And then with Scott Adams last week on his live stream, if you don't know Scott Adams, he is the creator of the Dilbert comic strip. He also has been doing a stream show on YouTube and locals for years now. He successfully predicted Trump would win in 2016. And he was referring to a Rasmussen poll that basically said near 50%, I think it was 47% of black respondents to this poll said that it's not okay to be white. They disagree with the statement, it's okay to be white. And Scott Adams said, then I'm not going to hang around black people anymore. Because if 50% of that group thinks that it's not okay for me to be the skin color I am, then I'm not going, I consider that basically a hate group. And so I'm just not going to associate with that group. And since then, every newspaper in the country that Dilbert was published in, I believe, according to Scott Adams, has canceled that. And so he is effectively canceled. He still has his channel streaming on locals and YouTube. But as far as his comic strip, I believe that is over with, his comic strip being in newspapers. So we have 1 vote for Lab Leak, 1 vote for Scott Adams. Let's do Scott Adams first, and then we'll do the Lab Leak. How's that? I think both will be good. The Scott Adams shit might get me in trouble because I have some things to say. So, talking about race is always very difficult because we are so hypersensitive, and people that are sort of cancel culture-esque want to jump on you for not towing the party line in even the slightest of ways and will try to cancel you. And you could see this, but, take someone like Stefan Molyneux. Now, I don't agree with Stefan Molyneux's complete take on what he would call, or what people call, race realism, right? But he absolutely should have the right to talk about it. Unless he's talking about enacting violence on people based on their race, I think that they should be allowed to speak on those things. Now, of course, a private company has the right to say, we don't want to associate with you, but I think that those conversations should be allowed to happen, and it doesn't make you a bigot. You could be a bigot and talk about those things, but you may not be. What's up, Achilles? Right? So, for example, you could be a bigot if you say, black people are 13% of the population and they commit 50% of violent crimes. You could be a white supremacist saying that. But you might not be. I say that. I'm not a white supremacist. I don't hate black people. I don't think that all black people are criminals. In fact, even with those ridiculous numbers, the vast majority of black people are not violent criminals. So to treat them all as violent criminals would be nonsensical to me. But I think that those numbers are important, that the data itself's not racist. If we can't correctly identify a problem, then we can't solve it. And what I always say is, the people that say, well, that's racism. Well, can we all agree with this? I'll ask you in the chat, right? Would it be an accurate statement to say most races commit violent crimes intra-racially, within their own racial groups? So in other words, if you're black, the person most likely to violently harm you with a crime is a black person. If you're white, it's a white person. Right? Yeah, to Running Man, you're correct. Scott said 47%, but that wasn't true. The Rasmussen poll said only 26% of blacks said it's not okay to be white, and 21% said they weren't sure, which means they didn't understand the question. You could say it means they don't understand it. Let me ask you this. To Running Man, is it okay to be black? Let me ask you that. Is it okay to be black? I'll just ask the audience this question. Is it okay to be black? Just a yes or no will suffice. Yes. Yes. Anybody have trouble understanding the question? I don't think so. It seemed pretty clear. Question seemed pretty clear to me. So I don't think that the 27% or the 21% that said I'm not sure, I don't think that meant they didn't understand the question. I think that meant, well, we don't know if it's okay to be white. That's what I think. And so I don't think it's unfair for Scott to lump that in with the people. I don't necessarily feel comfortable about people that say, I'm not sure if your existence is okay or not. I'm not sure. Not sure. I think it's fair to say, okay. But there are problems with the Rasmussen poll, don't get me wrong. But I don't think that's one of the things Scott did wrong here, right? Anyways, so yes, it is true that most violent crime is committed intra-racially. That's true. And so when you bring up that blacks are 13% of the population but commits 50% of the violent crime, many people on the left particularly will call you a racist. How dare you focus on black criminals? How dare you? I'm not focusing on black criminals is my response. I'm focusing on black victims. The vast majority of the victims of that crime are black people. Why don't you care about them? It seems like you only care about black people being victims if they're victims at the hands of the police or white people or some other race. But when it comes to crime, the vast majority of violence that's being committed by that 13% of the 13% committing that 50% of violent crime, the vast majority of that is directed at other black people. Now, if we can't discuss those sorts of things, those crimes will never be focused on, which means they'll never be made better, those situations. That's why you, like, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I've said it over and over. I don't have to say it again for anyone's benefit, but I will. I think that it's absolutely legitimate for black people to talk about unique problems that they have, particularly people that grew up in poor inner city neighborhoods where this sort of violence and drug use and other things run rampant. Absolutely, it's a problem, and it seems like the majority of America doesn't focus on it, only when it comes to political expediency. And I think that's horrible. And I don't mind people coming together and saying, these are issues unique to the black community, and we would like to take steps to solve them. And I don't even mind if they're misdirecting, if they're saying, I think it's because racist police or racist politics. Even if I don't agree, they absolutely have the right to do that. I understand. What kind of hypocrite would I be if I criticized that? I focus on rural America. I don't really care about your skin color. That's not my tribe that I'm focused on. My tribe's rural America. That's who I see as not having a voice, who's being screwed over by our system. Particularly rural Pennsylvania, but the same's true of America in general, rural America. So I'm not going to, as someone who fully admits to being tribal myself, I'm not going to criticize other people. Absolutely, they have the right to do it. And so as someone who's looking at those problems, the most stark thing to me, I can't imagine it. I talk about this all the time. I cannot imagine. One of my favorite shows to watch is The First 48. First 48 is, it's like a cop show, procedural show, except it's real, and it's like homicide investigations. And it just blows my mind, like brings tears to my eyes when I'm watching, and you'll just see like this 16-year-old black girl and boy killed, gang violence. Hey, what's up, so-and-so? Hey, stick around, so-and-so. I'm going to probably get canceled talking about race relations here. Though I will say this. So-and-so on his stream, I tuned in for like 10 minutes while I was doing paperwork earlier. He was throwing some hard whites out there. That white lady. And someone called him out in the chat. I've always suspected that about so-and-so. Something about, is it okay to be white, so-and-so? I think the better question is it okay to be right, as in right-wing? Because it seems increasingly not, based on many of these people. But I digress. So when I will fully admit, I will never understand what it would be like to grow up and literally there's murders occurring in your block. I don't even have a remote frame of reference. That is a problem that, thank God, I never even remotely had to face. There was drug use. There were sexual predators in the town I grew up. There was poverty. There was violence. I was in fistfight stuff, but it was never did it even remotely cross my mind that I could be killed walking to my school bus or walking to my school. Did not. That's reality for huge amounts of people in inner city communities. So love white people. So, absolutely, these are problems that need to be addressed. When you talk about this crime, right, you have to talk about perpetrators. And oftentimes when the 1350 stat comes up, it's because what happens is people will look at data and then they just draw a conclusion. Like, so if your predetermined idea is, well, systemic racism, right? So you're looking at something, you're like, why are disproportionate black men shot and killed by police than white men? And so you look at the data and you go, yep, there. Well, that could be racism could be the reason. Or it could be because disproportionately black men are more involved in violent crime. Not all black men. It's still the vast minority of black men. But almost no one, it's a very small percentage of people being shot and killed by police anyways. So we're already talking on the fringes. But if Group A is twice as likely to commit homicide, for example, or violent crime, than Group B, and you find out that Group A is twice as likely to be shot by police than Group B, maybe it's because of the way Group A looks. Thank you so much, Tengo. Maybe it's because there's more likely to be violence in those communities. Doesn't mean the police are justified in using that violent measures. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. But and I don't even think it's necessarily race. I think it's community-based. I think if you're a cop in inner city Detroit, you're probably more likely to use both legitimate and illegitimate violence on any race than you would if you're a cop where I live, in rural Pennsylvania, where there's almost no violent crime. If the cop pulls over a white or black person here, where I live, they're probably not thinking there's a chance this could get out of hand. Might be some words exchanged, a ticket ripped up. That'd be about the end of it, probably. But if your reality as a police officer is you're in a community where people are being shot and killed every day, you're probably more on edge. So to just say, well, the people that say, that's usually when I'm bringing up the 1350, it's like, well, maybe that's why the cops have more violent interactions. And I don't even think it's because of race. I think it's because of the community. Like, if I would like to see how that adds up. Studies that say, inner city Chicago, in these shitty neighborhoods, if there is a white person or Hispanic person or Asian person or black person, what's the disparity in violent interactions with the police in those situations? I don't know. Nonetheless, Scott Adams cites this Rasmussen poll that says roughly, it's like 47% of black respondents either said they weren't sure or that it wasn't okay to be white. And Scott Adams' claim is, basically, then I shouldn't hang around with black people. I should disassociate from black people. Because if roughly 50% don't like that you're white or aren't sure if they're okay with you being white, then why would you hang around with those people? That's what was going on. Now, I thought about how I would talk about this. And I thought the easiest way to do this. If you were black, which I don't, other than I've only seen the faces of maybe 2 or 3 people in my chat. And I don't know how they identify. Maybe so-and-so identifies as a black man. I don't know. But if you were black and you seriously believed, whether erroneously or not, that 50% of white people were like, we don't think it's okay that you're black. We don't think that you being black is a good thing. Would you stay out of white communities? It's a serious question I'm asking the audience. If you were black and you were being told, and you sincerely believe 50% of white people didn't think it was okay that you were black, would you be hanging out in white communities where it's all white people? I wouldn't. I'd say screw that. Now, does that mean all white people are racist? Of course not. In fact, you only believe 50% are. The other 50% are totally normal. Does that mean that the white people you know that aren't like that you should disassociate from? Of course not. But you would have initial skepticism of anyone you came across that was white. Rightfully so. If you believed that. Now, believing it and it being reality are two different things. But the point that Scott, I believe, was trying to make is, if we have a system that has indoctrinated people so much in this victimhood mentality that they truly believe in huge numbers, 20, 30, 40, 50%, that it's not okay to be white, that's a huge problem. And you could be forgiven for thinking, I don't know if I trust people of that community if they think that in those high numbers. The Running Man says, I think it was a question of how, or the way the poll set up the question. I'll defend that mentality a little. First off, so I understand that's sort of the point that Scott Adams was trying to make. That's not what he said, though. He literally said, here's the poll, black people are a hate group, and I'm not going to associate with them anymore. No. That is not good. That's what he literally said. Now, he's since clarified, but that's what he said. And as someone who's watched Scott Adams off and on, I don't catch him every day. I probably listen once a week for the past 3-4 years. When the George Floyd shit was kicking off and all the riots were going on, Scott said some kind of similar shit. He said, fuck you, if this is what black people are going to do, we're not helping anymore. Now, that's not as bad, but it's all-encompassing. Now, I'm the type of person that tends to give a benefit of a doubt. If I'm watching Sonsel and Sonsel says, Republicans want to get rid of Medicare, and I say, well, I vote Republican and I don't want to, Sonsel would probably say, well, I don't literally mean every single Republican. And I do that a lot. I'll say the left this, and then someone will go, but Rob, I'm on the left, and I don't believe that. Right, I meant the people in charge that are making policies, that are shaping the public narrative. Obviously, there are always exceptions. I'm talking in general, right? Get it. Great, right? Okay. So, I tend to not believe Scott Adams is a racist, which is just my subjective opinion. And I didn't take it literal when he said that. I knew what he was saying was, listen, if it's true that 50% of black people don't think it's okay to be white, then I'm going to be very careful around the black community anymore. And Gavin McInnes, who people could say, he's a terrible person, Proud Boys, blah, 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 he's a racist, whatever. I think Gavin's funny. I don't think he's a racist. Maybe I'm wrong. I've seen him make racist jokes. Doesn't make you a racist, in my opinion. But nonetheless, Gavin talked about this once, and I remember hearing it, and I thought, And he was like, he basically said, I feel bad for black ladies. He's like, if you work in a work environment, there's a certain amount of camaraderie. So you all be in the break room, like, telling dirty jokes and laughing and shit like that. Men and women, whatever. And then all of a sudden, a black lady walks in, and everyone clams up. Because they're like, oh, she'll be offended. Yeah. She would be offended. We can't. How do you know that? Maybe she's the funniest motherfucker ever. She might be, right? She could be hilarious. She might, but then she's sitting there thinking, like, why do these people hate me? And it's just sort of self-fulfilling prophecy. And that's the other thing Scott's since been clarifying. This poll does sort of jive with other shit that we're seeing. For example, it jives with polling we've seen on race relations. And ever since about 2014, we've seen race relations dive. It jives with polling we've seen on what races think of other races. I'll see if I can find this. I didn't save this, but... Well, shit. I was looking for this particular graph. I don't know where I saw it. Let's see if I can find it. Give me a second. Maybe on Twitter? Oh. So here's the first one I was talking about. You can see race relations are going down. And 2015, that's like the Trayvon Martin thing. That also lines up with how often the media is talking about race and how often the politicians are talking about race. I get you, the Arizona stuff. We'll talk about that another night. Let's see, the one I'm looking for. So this, how racial groups rate each other. Right? Here's white respondents. See how they rate everyone around 70% of how much they like them. So white people like whites the best, but only slightly less blacks, slightly more Hispanics, slightly less Asians, right? Then we look at Hispanics. Whites are under 70%. Everyone else is above 70%. Then we look at Asians. Whites are below 70%. Everyone else is. And blacks, 60% roughly, like 61, 62% have. Now, does this mean that the Rasmussen poll is accurate? That 47% of blacks don't believe it's okay to be white or aren't sure? No. It doesn't necessarily mean. But it's showing that there's a pattern that says that's not outside the realm of possibility. I think that the wording of the poll made it sound like, let me phrase it this way. If I said to you the phrase, all lives matter, could you conceive of, and I would love if someone answers with yes, no in the audience for this. If I say the phrase, all lives matter, could you conceivably see a person that said, yes, I do think that literally all lives matter, but I also think that that's a racist dog whistle? I'm not saying, do you agree with that? I'm saying, can you see how that person would exist? So, yes, all lives do matter, but the phrase all lives matter is a racist dog whistle. Yeah, I think that you could see it. Thank you, Gizmo. I think you could see that that'd be a possibility. I think that's maybe what's going on with some of this poll. I think that there are people that think the phrase, it's okay to be white, is racist. It's like a KKK slogan. That's what I think. So I'm guessing if you interviewed the same people, is the reason you think it's not okay to be white, or agree with the phrase it's okay to be white, or aren't sure of it because you think that it's a racist slogan? I bet the majority would say yes, or that it's a potential racist slogan. So in other words, there could be people amongst that 47% that say, oh, you're okay to be a white person. I just don't think you should be using the phrase it's okay to be white. Now, that's still shitty to say that you can't say it's okay to be white, but that is different, right? We all understand that, right? That's what I think. Another problem with this poll was, it was a poll that sampled over 1,000 people, which is good for a poll, but there was only like 137 black people. So, and any one poll could be an outlier. All I'm saying is this. I would know to see a poll like that that it would be a very bad idea for me to be like, well, this means 50% of black people don't think that I have the right to be white. They think it's bad that I'm white. And so I'm going to announce that blacks are a hate group and I'm not going to associate with them. That's stupid. Any one poll could be an outlier. To broadly say that by an entire group of people, and that's what Scott Adams did. Now, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt that I think that he was pissed off when he read this and was like, fuck that, so he's being hyperbolic, but I don't think he literally meant the people I know that are black that I work with and I'm friends with, I'm no longer going to associate with. I think he was making a hyperbolic point because he was pretty pissed about the state of things. Well, Nico says, who even cares? Well, the reason it matters is because this sort of cancel culture and policing of language is why people like me and the ideology that I espouse lose. Because the control of the narrative is paramount. The people in control know that their ideas and their policies are so shitty that the only way they could remain in control is by controlling the narrative. That's why they play these cultural Marxist games in the first place. That's why they play the identity politics games, right? So they say black people are victims, white people are oppressors. And then when someone says, well, if you've said that so much that 50% of the black community now says white people are all oppressors and we don't want to associate with them, then fine, I don't want to associate with them. And the reaction isn't, oh shit, there are a lot of people even in public institutions that are spewing hatred of white people. And that's fine. They never get canceled. There's never any punishment. But if you say in response to that, well then fine, I'm out. I don't want to deal with these people, and you overstep your bounds, then you get canceled. And you can see someone in the chat. White people, blah, 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 blah. It's all white. Those evil white people. And Scott's gone on to say he doesn't blame black people. Now, Scott's fighting for his professional life at this point. And it is kind of ironic because Scott Adams has said over and over in the past year, particularly surrounding the pandemic, I'm going to try to get canceled today. Let's see if I can get canceled. You did. You did it. Mission accomplished on that front, I guess. It was stupid of him to say it. It was stupid of Stefan Molyneux to talk about race realism. Here's why. They should be able to talk about it. Fuck, maybe a lot of what they're saying is right. I don't agree with it, but let's say 200 years down the road somehow it'll be proven. The race realism to me is sort of irrelevant anyways because I judge people as individuals. So, for example, I might, if I see you and you're 6'7", in my head I have a stereotype. One of those stereotypes could be, this guy's probably good at basketball. But then maybe you're like, no, I'm the worst fucking basketball player you've ever seen. I'm not going to continue to judge you based on the stereotype or the categorization on averages. I'm going to judge you with the more relevant individual information I have. That's what I don't understand about the white nationalists. That's why I've said it over and over again. 100 years after I'm dead, I would rather there be people that share my beliefs than share my skin color. The skin color, that's why I don't primarily identify as white. I am white. I identify as a white person, but the group preference that I have, that I advocate for, is rural Americans. Particularly rural conservatives. Of not who your immutable characteristic is, but who you are as a person. The way you live your life. Now, maybe skin color does have to do with how you live your life. But I digress. But the reason it was dumb for Stefan to do this is because you know you'll get canceled. And you might say, well, we got to fight back eventually. Stefan Molyneux went from a guy with millions of people watching him to hundreds now. And you might say, well, I don't like Stefan. That's not the point. The point is, you have to be strategic in how you fight back. You do. Let me give you another example. Politically Provoked. Brittany at Politically Provoked. Did I want Politically Provoked to get canceled? No. I know I have a show on The Crucible. I know that Andrew doesn't like Brittany from Politically Provoked. If I'm picking sides, I'm certainly picking Andrew. However, they haven't done anything to me at Politically Provoked. Brittany always treated me fairly. And I didn't want them canceled. But if you're on YouTube and you know you're bringing on people every day to just scream racial slurs at people, what did you think was going to happen? Was that the hill worth dying on? Now, if you did have a message that you wanted to reach out to people, you don't even have the opportunity. You screwed yourself over. I'll be screaming double standards to the people in the gulags. No, I'll be doing just fine in the gulag, thank you very much. What do you want me to say, Nico? Go ahead, say it. Go ahead. Yeah, AI enhanced. I talked about that earlier, about the 1350 stat. I did. I don't think that's racist at all to point it out. You can be a racist. You could take that statistic and then use it to be... For example, I could say blacks make up 13% of the population, commit over 50% of violent crime. Therefore, I don't want to live next to a black person. We need to investigate why this is. We need to help these victims that are predominantly black. That's not racism. Can I address the statistical facts? I just did. What haven't I addressed about them? I talked about this earlier. No, that's what I'm saying, Nico. I don't understand. I don't understand what the question marks are. Are you arguing with someone else? I don't know. I'm an idiot. What does it matter? You could get hyper-specific. Fuck, we could do more than 7. If, under that nature, I could say, well, actually, it's not 7%, right? Because actually, if you look at it, it's not just black males under the age of, what did someone say? %7 of males. Well, how about males between the ages of 18 and 35, or whatever it may be? Now, that's only 4% of the population, right? So, whatever. There's all kinds of reasons. Probably mostly cultural, mostly high poverty areas, in high population dense areas, you're more likely to see crime. Probably the victimhood mindset that's been put forth by people in positions of leadership in academia in this country for decades, for generations. Probably because we can't even talk about the problem without being canceled. Exacerbated. And again, for anyone that wants to say it's racist to point this out, the overwhelming majority of the victims of those crimes are black people. And no one gives a shit. No one. The people that say, you can't say that. You can't talk and say that blacks disproportionately commit violent crime. You can't say that. That's racist. They don't give two shits about the victims. They don't care. There we go. AI Enhanced really wants me to get canceled. Are equally poor whites as violent as equally poor blacks? No, it does not seem that that's the case. However, blacks disproportionately live in high population dense areas, right? I think that if you factored out whites that make less than $15,000 a year that live in rural Pennsylvania versus whites that make less than $15,000 a year that live in a community that's riddled with gang violence in inner city Chicago, I think that you would find that that white that lives in Chicago is probably on average more likely to commit violent crime than the white that lives in the rural area. I also talked about other factors such as cultures. Yeah, let me know if I'm cutting out, my audio's cutting out for other people as well. But I also talked about other factors such as culture, such as the fact that we've encouraged a victimhood mindset, such as unique problems that are going, such as drug epidemics that are in these certain neighborhoods. I don't know why my audio would be cutting out at times. I'm sorry. I'll keep it closer to me. Maybe that's the problem. But the point I'm trying to make is you have to, even if you believe that, let me give you an example. My name is robnoerr. My information is publicly out there. I ran for Congress, right? Now, I deplore violence, political violence. Deplore. I think you have the right to defend yourself if someone's enacting violence on you or is imminently about to enact, like pulling their fist back. You have the right to defend yourself. You do not have the right to punch a Nazi. Why? Well, because unless they're directly engaging in a physical act of violence against you or in the process of to punch someone for hate speech, you don't get to. And once you say it's okay to punch a Nazi, then you're a small step from saying, everyone I disagree with is a Nazi. So I could use violence whenever I want. I don't know why it's cutting out. Let me see. Well, I'll mess with it later, but maybe it's just Twitch? Seems like the YouTube people are... Anyways. So that's my stance. But let's say, hypothetically, that I was a person that was like, maybe we do need to get a little rowdy. Let's say hypothetically that was the case. Right? Do you think it would be smart of me, like after January 6th, like so many fucking idiots demanded of me, to come on my channel and say, you know what we need to do? Blank, blank, blank. Would that be smart? And then when I appeased the people I vehemently disagree with from the bottom of my heart that were like, wow, maybe it's time to use violence, and I was trying to talk them off the ledge. But if I appeased those people and said what they wanted, when I lost my job and got a visit from the FBI and lost my ability to stream, you think those people were paying my bills? They going to? I get it, AI enhance. Here we go. I want you canceled, says. When you see someone like AI enhanced, what they're saying is, I really want to get you canceled. And he'd be more than happy. AI enhanced wants someone to come on here and spout, probably just shout racial slurs. That would be AI enhanced cinemas. He'd say, there, now I feel warmed in the cockles of my heart. Now I feel, he got canceled. I'll head to the next channel and try to get them banned as well. That's how fucking stupid these people are. It's absolutely bonkers. I have no fucking clue. I was talking about this the other day. If you watch that footage of that grand jury lady, that was the grand jury, all right, we'll see you, cinema. But that woman that was the head of the grand jury that was like such an airhead. That's what happens. The left is getting people, particularly in areas like DC, on juries to enact their garbage beliefs. So then people on the right will go, if I'm ever on a jury, I'm going to do this. But the mere fact that you're saying that means that a prosecutor could potentially find that and say, this person's biased, so we're going to strike him from the jury. So the mere fact you're announcing it makes it less likely that you could ever do the thing that you said you were doing in the first place. Was it worth it? Now that Stefan Molyneux doesn't have a channel, was it worth it for him? And I don't think Stefan Molyneux is a racist, at least from what I saw. Maybe he said shit. I don't know. I watched very little of his content. The thing I liked that Stefan Molyneux did the best was he brought this guy on called Dr. Duke Pesta, and they talked about Shakespeare plays and sort of the lessons of them. I thought that shit was brilliant. So I didn't watch a huge amount of Stefan Molyneux's political content. I don't know. But it doesn't matter. Let's say that he wasn't really a racist, which I have no reason to believe that he is. If he wasn't really a racist, he knows that's a topic that could get him canceled. So I don't understand that people are like, I'm going to die on this hill. This is it. I'm going to die on this hill. Okay. Good luck to you. And I'm also saying my heartfelt belief. I'm not holding back. I have no racial animus to anyone. Does that mean I ignore facts? No. Yeah, maybe there's problems with Twitch this evening. I don't know. Also, I could, just to let you know, Aftershock, I could see my levels on OBS here, and it says I've dropped 0 frames, and it shows the mic working the whole time, so I don't know. But, now, there is another thing that I want to talk about before we get to the lab leak thing. Right? And it's something that's bugged me for a long time. Right? Let's see. What's the best way to approach this? You don't get to punch someone or use violence because someone used the N-word. That's not an acceptable answer. It's not. And I'm tired of people thinking that it is. In fact, it's fucking a bigotry of low expectations to black people to excuse that. And it's racism, is what it is. End of fucking story. I'm tired of any time something fucked up happens, and it's interracial, and there's a black person involved, and the black person did something that apparently looks bad, that one of the possible explanations is, well, maybe someone said the N-word. Oh, well then. So? Do I think calling someone the N-word's worse than calling someone a racial slur for white people? I do. I think that the context behind the word, I think overarchingly, that the systems of power have more bigotry towards white people than they do black people, overt bigotry. For example, you could get hired at the New York Times tweeting out about how you want to kill all white people like Sarah Jung did, but if you did that with black people, you would never get hired at the New York Times. But the actual word, I understand, there's a historical context to the word. Doesn't mean that you aren't racist if you're calling people white racial slurs, but I understand. If someone calls me a white racial slur, probably I don't have anyone in my family, or going back to my grandparents, that were ever beaten or treated poorly while that word was shouted at them. Right? But the idea that that's somehow carte blanche. Yeah, and that's another thing. The idea that it's like, well, it's okay if we use it, but not in certain... Remember I debated Vegan Gaines, and he said, I think that the cops were racist that killed Tyree Nichols. And I was like, what's your proof? And he says, the best proof is they called him the N-word. Well, they're black. I constantly hear black people use the N-word. Sometimes as a term of endearment, sometimes as an expletive, whatever. Now, not only can we pick and choose when it's racist based on race, but we can pick and choose when it's racist even within the black race, when it benefits them. Bullshit. But either way, I kind of was a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. So 3 years ago now at this point, 3 or 4 years ago, I think 3 years ago, Steelers quarterback Ben Roethlisberger gets hurt. He's out for the year. They bring in rookie backup. His name's Mason Rudolph. They're playing thank you so much, Iwab, for the follow. I appreciate it. They're playing the Cleveland Browns, and the Cleveland Browns have this really good player, defensive player named Myles Garrett. The game is over. The Steelers are trying like a last-minute sort of Hail Mary situation, but they're not going to win. They suck. And there is a play where Myles Garrett is sacking Mason Rudolph, and I'm not going to go over the minutia of it, but suffice it to say, you can make a claim for both sides. It did look like Myles Garrett was holding him down after he tackled him. more than he should have been. It did look like Mason Rudolph then kicked at him basically near the crotch area for setting on him for too long. None of that good shit, but not incredibly insane or anything for a football game. Myles Garrett ripped off Mason Rudolph's helmet and then used it like a club and tried to hit him in the head. And I mean, there's a solid chance that that could mess you up for life. Like these hard helmets and just this huge man that's stronger than I'll ever hope to be. Just rearing back and whoo. Now he misses. And then he gets tackled, right? But what do you think the excuse was that Myles Garrett? Why would he basically attempt murder on the field? That's right, John. Mason used a racial slur. And then everyone was like, oh, well, excuse me? First off, no evidence of that. In fact, the players that were right there that were Steelers that jumped in to help Mason, granted, they're his friends or teammates, they're black. They said that didn't happen. There's no proof of it. No one heard it, except allegedly Myles Garrett. Second, even if it did happen, and? Yeah, that sucks. Maybe Mason should be punished by the NFL for doing something like that. Doesn't justify attempted murder. This shit happens all the time. You'll see a video. Oh my God, that looks really bad. There's 5 black kids jumping a white kid. Well, maybe the white kid said the N-word. Maybe he did, and? Now, you could say, that's stupid for that white kid to do that. But that doesn't mean he deserved that outcome. Or that it's somehow an excuse. And we just accept it. We accept it. It's like, well, bullshit. That's a bigotry of low expectations. I choose to treat people as individuals. I don't say, oh, you're a different skin color than me, so the rules have to be different for you. You can't have a level of self-control that's capable for people of my skin color. That's fucking racist. Period. That's right, people have been conditioned to think it's justification for violence. It's not. Do I think that someone that looks at a black person and yells that word, like a white person that looks at the black person and yells that word at them out of hatred, is doing something horrible? Yes! It does not justify the violence, though. And I just think it's incredible no one ever talks about that. It's one of those things that which it's just accepted. Oh, well, maybe he said the N-word. What can you do? What? Again, I'm not defending white people throwing... Unlike other big streamers that are on the left, you haven't heard me use that word. So I'm not, making some backhanded, ugh. I like it. Now, am I going to say that I've never used that word? Nope. In fact, one of the things I do singing karaoke, once in a while I'll do some karaoke, it's very difficult. One song I try to do some rap songs. One song I sing along to is Forgot About Dre. Right? Any song you're trying to rap, chances are the N-word's going to be in there. So I'm not going to say I've never said it. And I've even told racist jokes. I have. It's not my cup of tea. I'm not the type of person, if you knew me, I'm not the type of person that's denigrating people of color. But I'm not going to say I've never done it. Not at all. But I totally understand. People, for me, it's a nuanced conversation. And unfortunately, it comes down to subjectivity. Whether if you hear someone say the N-word, whether that's out of racial malice or not. If I walk into a place and I see a bunch of white people sitting around with swastikas on their arms, telling black jokes, shouting the N-word, do I think that that's probably a sign of racism? Yeah. But if I see a white guy sitting with 2 black guys and he tells a joke that has the N-word in it, do I think that that's someone who has racial animus towards black people? Probably not. Is that 100%? No. I might be wrong here and there, but I don't know the better system. I refuse to believe that anyone who's ever uttered a word, well, that automatically makes you racist. Bullshit. I don't believe it. Don't believe it. But I don't like when people use that word. I'll tell you another word that I'm not particularly fond of, and it's going to make me... Now, I'm not saying you should be canceled for saying this, or I hate you if you've said it. Just the same with the N-word. I'm not saying that. I'm going to say the word because if it would be dumb if I don't say it. I don't particularly like the word retard. And the reason for that is, my job is, I work with people with developmental disabilities, and you have no idea how many people I worked with that all through high school, that's what they were called. Because they had autism. Or a condition like that. And it's something that I've taken out of my lexicon because I understand the feelings of the people I'm working with, and I don't want to say something that could be misinterpreted by them to think that I think less of them. So I don't use that word. I'm not saying I've never used it. Certainly in the past I used it. But you won't hear me really say it that often. That people were saying it on the stream the other day. I didn't cut them off and say, don't say that. It's just my personal preference. I don't say it. That's it. I'm not out here trying to cancel people or shit like that. That's it. That's how I feel. Can you say the N-word and not be a racist? Yes. Can you be a white person and say it and not be racist? I believe so. No, the word shouldn't be banished. And the N-word's worse than that word. It is. But I'm just giving you an example from my life. But nonetheless, yeah, that's the Jordan Peterson argument with the compelled speech, right? If a trans person would say, could you please call me XYZ, or, whatever, in good faith, say, I demand you call me this, or I demand you not call me this, that's different. But nonetheless, Lori Lightfoot's out as mayor, is that true? Oh my goodness. We'll have to see if that's true or not. But the greater point, I'm not saying it in context of any of that, whether or not it's with the connotations around the end. I'm just saying this. That word, like every other word, does not justify violence. And the fact that we've come so far in this society of this victimhood identity politics bullshit, that for huge swaths of people, if they see something grotesque involving violence, and someone says, well, maybe the victim said the N-word, they go, oh, no. Bullshit. I know that it's an absurd thing that we even have to start here, but let's start here, right? No. I do not have a bigotry of black people that I think that they need to be held to a different standard because they can't control themselves if they hear a word. Bullshit. That's it. That's what I have to say on the topic. So I hope Scott Adams gets his news strip back. I think what he said was very, very poorly worded, and he should know better. I do think that. Not just that he should know better to not think that 50% of black people are racist against white people, but also, even if he did believe that, he should know, as a person who's a professional communicator in his own words, not to say that when you have so much to lose in a public sphere. But I think that the treatment of him has been unfair in sort of the hyper-focus on it. And I think that the treatment ignores the actual racist on the other side that are literally teaching people that white people are evil. That's what I think. Did I sum up the Scott Adams topic good? People ready to move on to Lab Leak? I had one guy that was really chomping at the bit for me to yell the N-word or something, but, they is, who is they? They have manipulated the system. Lots of whites have lost their mind. They have no identity. Yeah, that's true. And that's what a lot of this is. That's what social emotional learning's about, right? Breaking you down, breaking kids down based on immutable characteristics such as your gender, your race, and then rebuilding you back up as a victim or an ally, an activist, right? Lab Leak. What is there to say? What is there to say in the Lab Leak? Let's jump in. First off, similarly with the last topic, you have to tiptoe around saying anything, even though I'm not a bigot, even though I'm not an extremist or anything like that, not a xenophobe, but you have to tiptoe because of the platforms that you're on. But I know that, so tiptoe we shall, right? To me, it was always most likely that it came from a lab, and I said so early and often, and I debated people on it early and often, right? Let me summarize my position since the onset of the pandemic and when I started talking about this. I am not 100% certain that it came from a lab. I'm not. New evidence could arise showing that it has a natural origin. That is a possibility. Every single person, whether it be a member of government, a scientist, a professor, a media professional, a businessman, or just some schmuck like me who's on streaming, or people that aren't even doing as much as me on these, maybe they're just tweeting once in a while or posting on Facebook. Every single one that thinks that it has a natural origin should be allowed to freely say so. Every single one. I do not want one person banned who disagrees with me. Not one. Never have, never will. Not one. We'll see, Pierre. We'll see how far I get. Maybe I'll bring you on. Now, I've since lost all the research because I got a new computer that I did on the lab leak origin and things like that. But there is scientific evidence from credible scientists that are saying that it's most likely that it came from a lab. These were things like the furin cleavage sites, the fact that it seemed to not have sort of a chain that you would see from a natural evolution, other such things. Also, the fact that we're 3 years on, and unlike with SARS and MERS, they have not found the evolutionary chain from animals yet. They have not. However, taking the science out of it and just looking at sort of circumstantial evidence, I don't think anyone could be blamed for thinking, wait a minute, there's a lab right where the outbreak happened, right in that general area. There's a lab, and we've been told over and over for years that that lab had dangerous research going on, and that they didn't take safety seriously. And that just so happens to be where this virus comes out. Then we find out that people that were getting money from the U.S. government, namely Peter Daszak, is admitting in 2019 we're doing gain of function. Those are strange coincidences. Now, does that 100% prove that it came from a lab? Absolutely not. It does not. Could all of that occur and it still has a natural origin? Of course. But, on the initial review of this, you could understand why people might say, oh, yeah, thanks, peer review, for putting that link there. People should read. Gertrude would have noticed if it had cleavage. This is a PG stream, so I'll keep my shirt on. So I don't mind having the debate about whether or not it came from a lab. I've done so in the past. But I do so with caveats. These things are difficult. I couldn't have told you. I never heard the phrase furin cleavage in my life until I start searching online and I'm looking up papers and I see it there. I consider myself a reasonably intelligent person. This shit's hard to go through, these scientific papers. It's difficult. Now, I've done so better than people that came on to debate me that claimed that they were med students and doctors and shit like that. But that's because they didn't know either. And I'm admitting I'm no professional. Right? Is it possible that I could debate someone like the peer review and they could make me look foolish? Again, I'd have to dig up the evidence that I had and was previously looking up in the shit I wrote about it. But is it possible that they would make me look foolish? That's possible. Thank you. Is it possible that I would make them look foolish, but actually I'm wrong? I'm just a better debater? Could be. That could happen too. Believe it or not, to me, that's not the story. I will tell you right now, I'm not going to bury the lead. For what I'm going to talk about in this topic, it literally does not matter if it came from a natural origin. Not even 1%. But Rob, how can that be? If it came from a natural origin, that's all that matters. And so any talk of a lab leak was just bullshit misinformation. No. The story here is the censorship of people that were always promoting a theory that was plausible. And that censorship happened because the people in control didn't want people realizing that there was a potential that this virus came from a lab from China and they went soft on them, and that it was in part funded by the United States, Dr. Fauci himself. That's the fucking story. So the nerdy debates, but let me tell you why it came from nature. Let me get into the specifics. See, first you have to look at the way these microbials are linked together with these carbon sort of connectors, right? Now, the cleavage site that you normally see here is very similar to MERS, and we've seen it like, okay, dude, you're smarter than me, got it. Why am I always so goddarn loud? I came from a loud family, maybe? Nucleotides, got it. I got to get my vernacular correct, right? It's sort of irrelevant to the point. I've watched debates play out online by credible people that are doctors that are on both sides of this equation. I'm more convinced by the side saying that it came from a lab. I think that also backs up more with the circumstantial evidence. But it doesn't matter, because I'm not advocating for the censorship of those I disagree with. But that is what the government did. That's what they did. Because it was personally beneficial to them. Now I'm going to start here with a conversation. Do y'all remember, I mentioned this the other day. It's going to involve a Twitter exchange that I had responding to a post that Destiny made, but then I get into a conversation with someone named Crowdsource Politics. Crowdsource Politics was someone I've debated twice, and they got wrecked both times. The first time they got wrecked on sort of, I believe, January 6th type stuff. And then they were talking shit on Twitter. He was talking shit on Twitter. And I was like, why don't you come on the show then? We'll talk about it. Talking shit about January 6th stuff. And he says, I don't want to talk about that. I said, that's what I thought. He says, but you won't debate me on policy. I'll only talk to you about this stuff if you debate me on policy. Why do I have to debate him on policy? He was the one running his mouth about January 6th. I said, sure, let's talk about it. No, he doesn't want to do that. Because he knows he got wrecked. So anyone come on. So I said, all right, fine. We'll do a 2-hour show. First hour, you completely control it. It's your show. You pick the topic. You interject anytime you want. We'll talk about whatever you want. He ended up talking about things like immigration, and despite being a big talker on Twitter, when we're talking face-to-face, though via computer, we didn't disagree all that much. Couple peripheral things. He just sort of was milquetoast. Oh, yeah, good point. That sort of stuff, right? Then we got to the January 6th stuff. He didn't do so good. So every once in a while, he'll poke the bear and he'll throw some jab out at some tweet I retweet or something like that. Now, the reason I bring this up is not because he's important in any way, shape, or form. He's a progressive lefty. He seems like a decent guy, to be honest with you. I wish him no ill will. But that's what makes it even more interesting. Does anyone remember this guy, by the way? Crowdsource Politics? Yeah. I think a little bit of facial hair, a little shoulder-length hair, maybe. Is that anyone in the chat remember? Just a yes or no. I could look up the video just so you can see a picture of him if you want. But seemed like a pleasant enough fellow when we were conversing. And I do say this, that oftentimes it's easier to be chippier through typing than it is talking. So, yeah, I talked about the FBI with him. Right. So, yeah, you argue with crowdsource. There you go. Okay. Alley Cat knows sometimes. So, again, let me be clear. Much like 95% of the people I talk about, I harbor no hatred, no ill will towards him as an individual, right? I think his, Oh, Matt, the people I was arguing with the most in March of 2020, saying 15 days to slow the spread, were, quote, constitutional conservatives. Trump himself embraced Cuomo and Newsom as the best in lockdowns. Right? Anyways. He didn't seem like a no comment chick. Or a progressive brat, or a demon mama, or a Vosh. It's out here screaming, there's a trans genocide. What'd Vosh say? Vosh literally claiming he wants a world where people are shooting at conservatives out windows. That's what he said. Patriot prayer people out the windows. That's what he said. That's not the vibe I get from Crowdsource Politics. In fact, I bet if I showed Crowdsource Politics that clip, he'd be like, wow, that's fucking crazy. That's terrible. I'm 99% sure that's what he would say about that. So I'm not lumping him in. But that's what makes what you're about to see even more concerning. You could see how mainstream the embracement of accepting censorship on ideas that they don't agree with is. Right? So, say, right? Can you all read this? I hope so. Destiny tweets out on February 26th. This was after... Oh, by the way, I should mention this. The Department of Energy came out and said they now, with a confidence of level of low, say that the most likely scenario is the origin of the pandemic was the Wuhan lab. And so people are feeling vindicated. By the way, with medium or high confidence, earlier the FBI said the same thing, which no one really talked about. And we'll get to the FBI here in a bit, because Chris Wray gave another statement, I believe, today. No, I don't have dark mode on. Not in this computer yet. It's a new computer, fuckhead. Or maybe it's... Do I have dark mode? Let me check. Let me check my phone, see if Twitter's on. So you have dark mode on my phone, but I must not have set it on my computer. I don't use Twitter on my computer that often. Yeah, Destiny got smacked the other day. Anyways, continuing. So this is what Destiny's responding to, and he says... The embarrassment belongs to people... He's responding to Nate Silver. Nate Silver first says, well, the behavior of certain cadre of scientists who used every trick in the book to suppress a discussion of this issue is something I'll never forget. A huge disservice to science and public health. They should be profoundly embarrassed. And Destiny says, the embarrassment belongs to people who were relentlessly screaming, it was an intentional lab leak bioweapons program trying to destroy the world and its deep state agents, who have made reasonable discourse on this issue literally fucking impossible. And I said, no, it belongs actively embrace censorship of what turned out to be the correct theory. The fact that you would deflect for them is laughable. Now, I want you to think about this. I also don't think Destiny's near as extreme as those other people I was talking about. Imagine this. Now, we know what's the organization called, like the GEC, but there's a governmental organization that we could see that said they were reaching out to people in the Twitter files we saw, reaching out to these social media companies saying that they should censor lab leak conversations. We know that Facebook, for example, was having routine conversations with Dr. Fauci, and Facebook censored anyone that said that the origin of the virus was Wuhan. You could watch Tucker's show last night for a clip of Democratic media people and politicians saying that you're a xenophobe, that was the line, if you said that this was a virus that came from China, that it came from a Chinese lab. They said Tom Cotton was an unhinged lunatic in February for suggesting that it could have came from a lab in China. Democratic media people, Democratic politicians, social media censoring, right? Scientists calling for the censorship. Destiny knows all of this. Now we have a governmental organization, the second one, that comes out and says most likely came from a lab, albeit with low confidence. And Nate Silver, who's a shithead, but's right on this take, like, well, it's a pretty damn shame that we censored people that were saying this all these years ago. That's a shame. I'll never forget that. And Destiny goes, no, it wasn't the censorship that was the problem. The censors aren't to blame. It's the dastardly people that that said it came from a lab intentionally. They're the ones to blame. We had to censor everyone because of them. That's who I blame, not the censors. Isn't that convenient? Destiny's on the side of the censors, so he won't say, yeah, shit, looks like they went too far. That's terrible. Maybe I should rethink that. Instead, he's like, nah, I blame the other side. They deserve to get censored. That's what Destiny does. That's what he says. So I was just calling him out like, no, the people that should be embarrassed are the censors. That's who should be embarrassed. Right? All right, now let's see what our villain of the story, Crowdsource Politics, has to say. He says, it still hasn't been proved to be correct. Why lie about it? And he's in reference to I said, it belongs to the politicians' media actively embrace censorship of what turned out to be the correct theory. Now, to Crowdsource Politics' credit here, he is correct. It has not been proven to be correct. I was unprecise with my words. I should have said. But he jumps in and is like, well, it's not been proved to be correct yet. So we're having a conversation about the censorship of this theory that now agencies of the government say are the most likely correct theory. But we censored people 3 years ago that were saying it. Right? And the censorship, and this is the part that I'm going to talk about after this is very important, right? The censorship was done by people in the government, in social media, people advocating for it in the scientific community, people advocating for it in the media, based on the argument that it wasn't the official theory, therefore it was disinformation. So the government they're the ones that know. And so if you're disputing the government in the forms of disputing the CDC, disputing non-governmental entities like the World Health Organization, if you're disputing them, that's dangerous disinformation. Now, they said we had to rely on for the truth, are now saying, well, it looks like it came from a lab, at least part of them. Exactly as I said it would occur. Exactly. Remember when I debated heme on that panel with Ben Burgess, right? And they were talking about Joe Rogan, talking about certain medications that were called horse paste. You remember that? And I went through a laundry list of, because Joe Rogan's saying things that aren't true. Should he be censored? Should he not? And I went through a laundry list of things that we were told about the pandemic that I disagreed with, and I ended up being right. Such as lockdowns, locking down kids, masks, natural immunity, and on and on and on. The lab leak. And Heem said to me, does anyone remember this? He said, even when the science ends up being wrong, they're right. Did you get that? Because anytime the science is saying something, it's based on the best available evidence. So they're right to say whatever they're saying. And then if it turns out that that's the opposite of the truth, that's okay too. They were still right. That's his argument. What I was talking about. So the government says, we're going to censor people. Social media says, we're going to censor people that disagree with our theory. And then they come out and they say, oh, never mind, you were right. They're going to censor the natural theory now? They're going to censor those people? They're going to censor someone like Destiny or Crowdsource Politics? They're going to ban them from social media? And say, well, sorry, government agencies now say it came from a lab. You're spreading dangerous disinformation that it could have had a natural origin. They're going to do that? You think Crowdsource and Destiny would be like, fair enough, we're anti-science. We just listen to what the government tells us. Now, granted, other government agencies disagree at this point and are saying it could be of a natural origin. But let's say hypothetically that next week all of them come out and say, we sincerely believe now the most likely theory is that it came from a lab leak. Then we could, is that the argument? Oh, well then now you're against the science. At one point, if you said, I think masks work, that was against the recommendation of Dr. Fauci. He said, no, don't worry about them. Then, if you changed your mind and said, okay, never mind. I was wrong. I'm on board now, Fauci. You're right, masks don't work. He'd say, no, I've changed my mind now. So now you're banned again. Isn't that nice? Isn't that great? The science changed. Sorry, it's always right. Anyways, let's go on. So Crowdsource Politics is technically correct here. He starts off technically correct. Yes, I said it was the correct theory. It has not been proven to be correct. I respond. I say yawn. Okay, the theory most likely to be correct. And it's always been most likely. I wonder, were you posting that the lab leak theory was always possible when people with power were censoring it? This is why Destiny doesn't want to debate me, and the left hates me. Because I understand to look at argumentation in a macro level and not just a micro level. You don't lose the forest for the trees. The majority of the problems we have surrounding corruption are because things are done with a double standard or selectively. Let me give you an example. Take Twitter. You could take the example of Steven Crowder when he got banned one time and say, technically, he violated this provision in the terms of service surrounding harassment because of something he said. But then you could go, okay, that's fair enough. But here's 10 examples, thank you so much, Lyft, for the follow. Here's 10 examples of more prominent lefties doing the same thing to people on the right, even more egregious. And they're like, well, we didn't feel that met our threshold. It's different. You can see it when I debated Destiny. Same thing. They understand, right? Thank you so much, Luke. I appreciate the follow. I really do. Oh, they understand what was in Trump's mind when he issued his alleged quid pro quo. Yeah, he's guilty. That was all for personal reasons. That's why he did it. But we don't know what was in Biden's mind when he issued a quid pro quo, forcing the firing of a prosecutor looking into his son's company. We don't know. We just don't know. That's different. We don't know, right? When Flynn allegedly, he said, I don't recall, but we know he recalled, so he lied to the FBI. But when Hillary Clinton said, I don't recall, or James Comey, or Andy McCabe, or Eric Holder, or hundreds of other Republicans and Democrats that have said, I don't recall, in front of investigative panels or the FBI, well, we don't know. Maybe how can we know if they recalled or not? You see? You see how that works? The commissar probably wouldn't want to debate me. So what Crowdsource Politics is doing here, he's like, Rob said that the lab leak's the correct theory. Correct theory. It's not been proven. I got him. Yeah, I did it. It's not been proven. I'm like, yeah, you're right, man. Thanks. Good one. You got me. You're right. Just the most likely theory. Oh, by the way, when you had a bunch of people, I'm just some small nobody, right? But you know who wasn't small nobodies? Dr. Fauci and Peter Daszak and Mark Zuckerberg and people in the mainstream media and Democrats in Washington. When they all said, it's been debunked that it came from a lab. That's what they said. It was disinformation that was debunked. That's what they said. Right? And then they censored people that talked about it. Was Crowdsource Politics there going, wait a minute, it's not debunked. That's not debunked at all. You haven't proven your theory. Was he there saying that? That's the question I asked. You got me. I was imprecise with my language. I said correct theory. What I should have said is most likely correct theory. Did you, when it mattered? When they were actually censoring people, did you speak up then? Did you? What do you think? Let's take a poll here. What do you think? Do you think Crowdsource Politics is going to be able to present evidence to say, of course I spoke up when people were saying the lab leak was debunked and said, you haven't proven your theory, and I said it's outrageous that you're censoring those. Do you think he'll be able to provide that? What do you think? We'll give the chat a moment here. Type 1 if you think that he did speak up about that, or type 2 if you think that he's a dirty fucking hypocrite that didn't say word 1 when it mattered. Which one might it be? Let's see, is he a piece of shit hypocrite or a good guy? Razor Wiener knows, Aftershock knows, Luke knows. But you know what? It actually is 3, Jordan. You're actually right. Because it's worse than 2. You want to know why? Because not only is he unable to provide it, but he blatantly just comes out and says, why do I give a shit that people were censored? That's what he does. Believe it or not. Don't believe me? Let's take a look-see, shall we? He says, nah, this is cope. The theory most likely to be correct is that it jumped from an animal because that's what happened with both SARS and MERS, both precursors to COVID. What's yawn is hanging your hat on a shitty assessment just because it fits your bias. Try actually reading. Let's see. I say, I'll debate you on this. For example, with SARS and MERS, we both, within 3 years, were able to track the animals that it came from. Not here, though. I said, I'd debate you on this. Also, can you show me tweeting criticism of those censoring lab? He says, as far as my post history on this, I specifically said something to the effect of, quote, the people pushing the lab leak theory are relying on faulty data and conspiracy theories because it was mostly political trying to shit on China. I said, that's what I thought. You didn't say one word about when people saying the natural theory was correct and censoring those discussing a lab leak. Thanks for playing. Let me read that again. You didn't say one word about correct and censoring those discussing a lab leak. Thanks for playing. He says, why would I complain about something when the majority of people pushing it were making shit up and using Bannon's fake Chinese scientists to push a conspiracy theory? I said, you criticize me for saying correct theory because it's not been proven. But you were fine with people in power saying that they had the correct theory, which also wasn't proven, and censoring those that disagreed. That says everything we need to know about you. He says, no, we are fine with people who spout objectively conspiracy theory nonsense with Bannon's fake Chinese scientists being banned. Because they're making up bullshit. People simply talking about it, not so much. But the idea that it was China trying to kill people off is nonsense. I say censorship of people saying it was a lab leak was okay because Bannon is bad, got it. He says you can't read. And he underlines people simply talking about it, not so much. And I said, I read just fine. When I asked why you didn't speak up about censorship of people who push the lab leak theory, you said about something when the majority of people pushing it were making shit up and using Bannon's fake Chinese scientists to push the conspiracy. No, he didn't call himself a conservative. He's a lefty. He says, I didn't speak up when they were censoring people because I think the majority of the people being censored were followers of Steve Bannon and he's shitty. So I didn't speak up. But one, let's assume that's true. Let's, for the sake of argument, say, yes, Steve Bannon and his shitty followers should have all been censored. Okay, let's say that for a second. Or as Destiny was talking about, the people that said it came from a lab intentionally, they should have been censored. I disagree with that, but for the sake of argument, let's say sure. Was that everyone that was censored? No, not by a country mile. Was it even the majority of people that were censored? I've seen no proof to that. None whatsoever. So when I said, what about people that were censored talking about the lab leak, even if he's right that the majority of them said it was a lab leak that was intentional, he still said, why would I complain? That was the majority. Okay, what about those that weren't in that majority? You're okay with them getting censored as well, right? This guy, let me click it. Hopefully you're not going to get me in trouble.
Committee. From now on.
Yeah,
so,
it's this guy.
Expect to see those.
That's the guy. There he is. Oh, you're not. There he is. That's him. That's Crowdsource Politics. So that's number one. Secondly, censor Bannon anyways? Was it ever definitively proven? Right? He says it was always bullshit that it was intentionally released from a lab. Really? Can you show me the proof of that? I've yet to see that. I saw them say it was definitively proven it didn't come from a lab, let alone intentionally. I saw people in positions of power claim that. I saw Nature magazine say that in an article that was written by Peter Daszak and proofread by Dr. Fauci that 47 scientists signed on to. I saw that. That turned out to be bullshit. But I never saw them definitively prove that it didn't come from a lab or that it wasn't released intentionally. I didn't see that. Could be happy to look at it. You might say, well, show the evidence. What does it matter? Do I think we've been to the moon? I do. Does that mean I think people should be censored promoting dangerous theories that we haven't been to the moon? Of course not. But he thinks so. He thinks that. So they haven't proven, right? Remember, this all started because I said correct theory, and he was like, technically not correct, it hasn't been proven. Okay. Has it been proven that it didn't come from a lab? Well, no, but it hasn't been proven that it has, so therefore it should be censored. Great, so we're censoring any theory that hasn't been proven? Oh, that's different. That's different, right? Thirdly, let's say that they do prove that there's no fucking evidence whatsoever, then literally Steve Bannon talking out his ass. I still don't want that censored. Why would I want that censored? Well, that could be dangerous. It could be xenophobic. Okay. Should it have been censored, the Trump Alpha Bank story? That was bullshit. Should the P-tape story have been censored? That was bullshit. 95% of the Steele dossier was bullshit, and yet people talked about it all over the place on social media. And not just randos like me. Adam Schiff was talking about it, Eric Swalwell was talking about it, Rachel Maddow, Don Lemon, Chris Cuomo, the New York Times, the Washington Post. Were they censored for pushing obvious bullshit? Isn't that weird how the censorship only ever goes one way? And these fucking lefties are A-OK. Yay! Yay, yay, yay. Now, God forbid you take pornography out of public schools. Holy shit, they'll scream about censorship then. Oh, you can't do that. First Amendment and all. But you thought that it came from a lab, so fuck you. You get censored. Oh, what's that? Now the government's saying that that's more likely? Oh, well, or at least several agencies. Oh, well, no harm, no foul. The election's over now. And again, if you remember my debate with that guy, he didn't seem like a crazy radical dude. But even he don't give a shit. How many people have we talked about the Twitter files? Every lefty I talk about is like, I don't care. Whatever. So what? The government's in tandem with large social media companies that control 95% of our online narrative, and they're pushing for one side to win and censoring the other side? I don't see the problem. Oh, unless it's my side. Oh, if it's my side, that's a big problem. But yeah, as long as it's evil Trump people, I don't give a fuck. Great. What doesn't matter? What's likely? Yeah. That mainstream means just like, we're just basically not going to talk about the Twitter files. When you talk about people, where's the coercion? Where's the coercion? Here's the government saying, here's a list of people we'd like censored from Twitter. Yeah, but they didn't force them. Are you shitting me? That's how they'll feign ignorance. Now, I just want you to look at this on the left. The left that was okay with this censorship, here's their argument. You can't say this because it's you can't do your own research. You can't. We need to rely on the experts and what the government's telling us. And so if you're saying something that is against what the government's telling us and you get censored, well, so be it. It was dangerous for you to have those thoughts. And then if the government later comes around to saying, well, there's this distinct possibility that you were correct, oh, well, you still deserve to be censored. But if they censor me now for touting the opposite theory, That's terrible. I shouldn't be censored. But when it was you guys, it was okay. No big deal. You were the unhinged lunatics. Now, I've always said that it could potentially have been intentionally released by China. I think it's more likely it wasn't intentionally released. Do I think people should be censored that said it was intentionally released? No. What about the claim that you could see other people making in this thread that the reason it was censored was because originally they didn't have good evidence for the lab leak, and it was just Republicans promoting it for politics? Okay, then wasn't the censorship just Democrats censoring it also for politics? If the lab leak theory was good for Trump, wouldn't that mean that the natural immunity theory was good for Biden? So why censor one or the other? Does this moderator have subtitles? Hard of hearing a bit. I can read lips, but sometimes I misinterpret lips. Dude, I'm so sorry. If you want to send me a message and tell me like some program or something I could get for captions, I think on YouTube there might be America with... Well, fuck. I'm talking real fast now. Can someone type this? Tell them to go to... I think there's a possibility on YouTube for a closed caption. So if someone could just link my YouTube and tell them if there's closed captions there. But unfortunately, no, dude, I don't have closed captions on Twitch. I don't know how to do that. But if someone helped me with it, I would happily put them up. Anyways. I have to turn it on. On Twitch? Alright, I'll look tonight when I'm done streaming. I'll see if I can do that. I apologize, man. I really do. Where was I? Yeah, feel free to put the link. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Creator dashboard. We're pausing now. Got it. Settings channel. Streaming tools. No. Well, I'm sorry. I can't immediately find the answer. I thought that said Pornhub. It says, I was like, are you... I thought, for a second there, I was like, oh no. Alright. Yeah, let me, it says page I was looking for, not found. Let me, I'll save this video.
Did you know that 20...
And then, but I am really sorry. Next video if you watch. But thank you for letting me know. So, anyways, back to the topic at hand. We're told the very groups that said you have to rely on these groups. That's the only things that we could say are the correct theories, and we should be able to censor other theories. They never proved, ever, that it was natural. They never did. Yet they pretended. Now, in Nature magazine, where the 47 people scientists signed on, many of them have since came out saying that was a mistake. We shouldn't have done that. That article said it was debunked. This was in like April of 2020. It was debunked that it could have came from a lab. Debunked! That's what it said. It turns out it was written by one dude, Peter Daszak. He's from a company called EcoHealth Alliance. And allegedly, according to Tucker Carlson last night, though I haven't seen the proof of this, it was proofread, or proofed, and edited by Dr. Fauci himself. Here's Peter Daszak. Further details of British researcher Peter Daszak's role in facilitating risky coronavirus research in China have been revealed in a new report, outlining how his EcoHealth Alliance raked in millions in federal grants. Daszak's group, which bizarrely involved to a top champion of viral gain-of-function research as it chased federal funding, has long been the center of questions surrounding the pandemic. A lengthy new report in Vanity Fair, based on dozens of interviews and more than 100,000 leaked internal documents, details how EcoHealth operated in a world of murky grant agreements, flimsy oversight, and pursuit of government funds for scientific research, in part by pitching research of steeply escalating conclusive evidence as to whether COVID leaked from experiments in the lab that worked closely with EcoHealth or was transmitted to humans in a natural event, as Daszak has long existed. But it does outline the lengths which Daszak and Fauci, whose agency helped fund his research, went to try to cast doubt on the lab origin theory and downplay the potential role of the risky research that EcoHealth supported. Here's their proposal that they sent, Project Defuse to DARPA. Threat of coronaviruses. In 2014, the National Institute of Health approved a $3.7 million grant to EcoHealth titled Understanding the Risk of Bat Coronavirus Emergence, the purpose of which was to create a sort of pandemic early warning system. The research involved gathering bat coronaviruses in China and studying them at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, as well as mixing components of SARS-like viruses from different species to create a novel chimera that was able to directly infect human cells. Gathering coronaviruses, creating chimeras, sounds like gain of function. Allowing such risky research to go forward at the Wuhan lab was simply crazy, in my opinion, Jack Nunberg, director at the Montana Biotechnology Center, said. Reasons are lack of oversight, lack of regulation, the environment in China, he said. So that is what really elevates it to the realm of, no, this shouldn't happen. Facing a funding shortfall when certain grants expired, EcoHealth in 2018 submitted an even more ambitious proposal to DARPA. The plan, titled Project Defuse, involved partnering with the Wuhan Institute coronaviruses to be more deadly by inserting genetic features that are similar to those found in SARS-CoV-2, the virus that caused COVID-19. In their response, DARPA officials slammed the plan as risky for failing to address significant ethical, legal, and social concerns, refusing to issue the $14.2 million grant. A former DARPA official told Vanity Fair that EcoHealth's grant proposal was rejected because of the horrific lack of common sense it reflected. EcoHealth Alliance was viewed as a ragtag group and a middle guy, the person said, adding that having a nonprofit serve as the primary contractor for a global project with national security risk was like having your rental car agency trying to run an armada. Although the grant was rejected, it essentially laid out a formula for experiments that the researchers at the Wuhan Institute of Virology could have pursued independently. The DARPA proposal was basically a roadmap to a SARS-CoV-2 virus, virologist Simon Wayne Hobson said. Hobson said it was possible that the researchers viewed the proposal as cutting-edge research blessed by top experts and they wanted to copy it. That doesn't mean they did, but it's a legitimate question. Daszak insisted in the magazine that DARPA told us we had a strong proposal in which DARPA had greater funding for the program. He added the research was never done to my knowledge or any of the collaborating partners. More than 2 years into the pandemic, investigators are still trying to trace it. Some allege that Fauci, whose agency issued the grant to EcoHealth Alliance, directly contributed to the pandemic. EcoHealth issued nearly $600,000 in sub-awards before the National Institutes of Health suspended the grant in July 2020 due to its controversial work. There are multiple theories surrounding COVID. Others suspect a lab incident. There is reportedly lack of concrete evidence for either theory. In June 2021, biologist Jesse Bloom, who colleagues allege wanted to dig deep and discover the truth about how COVID evolved, confronted Fauci by providing him with a preprint of a paper he was seeking to have peer-reviewed. Bloom's paper, which obtained by Vanity SARS-CoV-2, the virus that called COVID-19, had somehow vanished without a trace. Biologist claims the genomic sequences were initially published in a Chinese paper, but had been deleted from NIH databases at the request of researchers in Wuhan. Bloom, alleging the deleted genomic sequences could be key to tracking when the virus emerged and how it might have evolved, believed the disappearance of the sequences raised the possibility that the Chinese government was trying to cover up evidence about the early spread. After receiving the preprint, Fauci and his boss, NIH Director Francis Collins, allegedly organized a Zoom meeting with the biologist to discuss his finding. 4 additional scientists who were invited by Bloom attended the call. After he presented his research, Bloom's claims Anderson interjecting, claiming his preprint was deeply troubling. Anderson told the research that NIH policy entitled the Chinese scientists to delete their sequences from the database if they wanted, so it was unethical for Bloom to analyze them further. He also allegedly claimed there was nothing unusual about the early genomic sequences in Wuhan. By the way, consider that. So the United States, NIH, is giving money to EcoHealth Alliance. millions of dollars, that's doing this research in Wuhan, and Wuhan's deleting the research, and the scientists are like, well, they're allowed to do that. How dare you look into it if they tried to delete it? Get it? Fauci then weighed in, objecting to the preprint's description of deleting the sequences. The word was loaded, and the reason they asked for the deletions was unknown. As more scientists called for transparency, Daszak sought to present the lab leak hypothesis as groundless and destructive conspiracy theory. Similarly, Fauci, Anderson, Garrett, and a small group of scientists reportedly held confidential discussions dating back to February 2020, working to enshrine the natural origin theory, despite the fact that several of them privately expressed they felt the lab-related incident was likelier. Around the time, directors for the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, Dr. Redfield, allegedly urged Fauci to vigorously investigate both hypotheses. We had to take the lab leak hypothesis with extreme seriousness, he told the magazine, adding, I personally felt it wasn't biologically plausible that SARS went from bats to humans through an intermediate animal and became one of the most infectious viruses to humans. Redfield claimed that after suggesting support for research into both theories, he was then excluded from further discussions. Their goal was to have a single narrative, he said of Fauci. Other researchers claimed Daszak attempted to bury information about the genesis, arguing he flatly refused to share progress reports from his contested research grant. The EcoHealth president was even dismissed from a task force investigating the birth of the virus because he failed to disclose his knowledge on the subject. Daszak and the NIH have acted badly, Columbia University economist Jeffrey Sachs, who dismissed Daszak from the task force, told Vanity Fair. There has been a lack of transparency, and there's a lot more to know that could be known. Sachs argued that the NIH should support an independent scientific investigation, an example of the possible role of NIH, EcoHealth, Wuhan Institute, and the partner laboratory at the University of North Carolina. Both hypotheses are still very much need to be investigated. Daszak's also been accused of being relentless of obtaining grant money from Fauci. He would invite Fauci to EcoHealth events that were described on invitations as educational, despite the fact that the nonprofit officials referred to them as cultivation events, in which they should network with prospective federal funders. The group would spend approximately $8,000 on each cultivation event. These kind of events are common among many non-governmental organizations and nonprofits, which depend on public and private donors, Daszak told the magazine. So he's whining and dining Fauci as he's getting millions. Daszak also repeatedly lauded Fauci, requesting that he serve as a panel speaker. In September 2013, Daszak reportedly emailed David Morenz, Fauci's senior advisor, seeking his participation. According to Vanity Fair, Morenz replied, write Tony directly, thanking him for the meeting with you recently, and then inviting him to be a member of the Cosmos Club discussion. That way it's personal and doesn't look cooked by us. Daszak's $3.7 million grant was first met with alarms in May of 2016, as it entered its third year. He had reportedly failed to provide the NIH with his 2-year annual progress report. When the report finally arrived, it indicated scientists wanted to create an infectious clone of the MERS, despite the Obama administration imposed moratorium on new funding for federal research that could make influenza, MERS, or SARS viruses. Daszak's researchers alleged that the SARS-like chimeras from gain-of-function experiment exempt from the moratorium because the strains used had not previously been known to affect humans. However, some researchers argued Daszak's experiment was still too risky. If any recombined strain showed 10 times greater growth than a natural virus, we will immediately stop experiments, inform our NAID paid officer and UNC of these research, and participate in decision-making trees at appropriate paths, he said. The mention of UNC brought a puzzled response from the NIH, who cited that Daszak's proposal indicated research would be conducted in China. Can you clarify the chimeric viruses will actually be performed? Nearly 2 weeks later, after a second request, Daszak responded, you are correct to identify a mistake in our letter. UNC has no oversight over the chimera work. It'll just be in Wuhan. We will clarify tonight with Professor Xi, I think that's the woman they call Bat Lady, exactly who'll be notified. In July, the NIH accepted Daszak's terms under the Agreement of Mutual Transparency. This is terrific. We're very happy that our gain-of-function research funding pause has been lifted, he replied to the NIH officer upon approval. We are happy to hear that our gain-of-function research funding pause has been lifted, he replied to the NIH that Fauci was at. Now, Fauci testified, right? He testified that they weren't funding gain-of-function. And yet the guy that he was giving the money to, his boy that was whining and dining him, Peter Daszak, said, oh boy, thanks for lifting that ban on gain-of-function. I'm sure Fauci will say, oh, he misspoke when he said gain of function. See, when they were talking about making coronavirus and MERS and SARS more lethal, right, they were doing something, it was viral enhancement, not gain of function. So when he said gain of function, he was mistaken there. See? See how that works? Daszak's under the scrutiny again in April 2020 when theories about the origin surface. A reporter asked Trump during the COVID briefing why the U.S. government would support a $3.7 million grant to a lab. We will end that grant very quickly, Trump said. Fauci answered, alleging a group of highly qualified evolutionary virologists determined the virus was totally consistent with the jump of species from an animal to human. The next day, Daszak reportedly emailed Fauci to thank him for publicly standing up and stating that the scientific evidence supports a natural origin from bat to human spillover, not a lab release. Fauci thanked Daszak back. Isn't that sweet? Here's the article that was used. By government documents that said this was their proof. From the Lancet and Nature magazine in March 2020. Statement in support of scientists, public health professionals, and medical professionals of China combating COVID. Peter Daszak's name's written there. He was the author. Oh, I'm sorry, this was published February 19th. We public health scientists who have closely followed the emergence of COVID and are deeply concerned about its impact on global health. We have watched as scientists, public health professionals, and medical professionals of China in particular have worked diligently and effectively to rapidly identify the pathogen. We signed this statement in solidarity with all scientists in China. We are together. The outbreak has now been threatened by rumors and misinformation around its origins. We stand together to strongly condemn conspiracy theories suggesting that COVID-19 does not have a natural origin. Scientists from multiple countries have published and analyzed genomes of causative agents, severe acute respiratory syndrome, coronavirus, and they overwhelmingly conclude that this coronavirus originated in wildlife, as of so many other emerging pathogens. This is further supported by a letter from the presidents of the U.S. National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine, and by the scientific communities represent. Conspiracy theories do nothing but create fear, rumors, and prejudice to jeopardize our global collaboration in this fight against the virus. We support the call from Director General of the World Health Organization to promote scientific evidence over misinformation and conjecture. The World Health Organization, Peter Daszak, Dr. Fauci, they all know China didn't do this in a lab. We want you, the science and health professionals of China, to know we stand with you. We speak with one voice. Written by Peter Daszak. Isn't that nice? Now the scientist that signed off on it, the guy who was actively funding gain of function in Wuhan, writes a letter. It says it couldn't have been gain of function, but I'm sure he had nothing to gain. Dr. Fauci, who funded it, he said it couldn't be natural, it couldn't be a lab leak. I'm sure he had nothing to gain. Don't worry, we're getting to Christopher Wray. Peter Daszak bullied fellow scientists into signing letter denouncing coronavirus lab leak. Reportedly, 26 other scientists to sign off on a letter he'd written in the beginning of the pandemic last year. Dr. Daszak, a leading expert in disease ecology, reportedly 26 other scientists to sign off on a letter that he'd written at the beginning of the pandemic. In Daszak's letter, he denied that the virus could have had origins in Wuhan. Daszak reportedly had close ties with it. Well, we know that. The New York-based prophet, blah, blah, blah. The letter was seen as so influential it cowed most experts into refusing to even consider the virus could have been man-made and escaped from Wuhan Institute, wrote the Daily Mail. And it is only now, nearly 16 months later, that the letter published in the journal The Lancet, that the theory is beginning to be looked at seriously. Jamie Metzel, World Health Organization Advisory Committee on Human Genome editing member and former Clinton staffer, called Daszak's letter a form of thuggery. The Lancet letter was scientific propaganda and a form of thuggery and intimidation. By labeling anyone with different views a conspiracy theorist, The Lancet was the worst form of bullying. Through a Freedom of Information Act request, it was revealed that Daszak told signatories of the letter it would not be sent under the EcoHealth logo, and it will not be identified as coming from any organization or purpose or person. No shit. So he wrote the letter and said scientists sign off on this when he knew damn well that he was doing this gain of function. Daszak's letter came out in support of Chinese scientists. We just read it. In wake of how seriously this letter was taken, former CDC Director Robert Redfield told Vanity Fair he received death threats for suggesting the virus was man-made. Meltzel said that it was a massive and outrageous conflict of interest to give Daszak a seat in the team due to EcoHealth's funding of the Wuhan lab. Peter should have absolutely no role as a member of an independent expert committee. Oh, well, right? Sounds like... I'll do one of my favorite Norm Macdonald's jokes. This Peter Daszak? This guy sounds like a real jerk. But that's it. So the guy, Dr. Fauci, right, is giving grant money. He's getting wined and dined by Daszak for years. Then he's given millions of dollars to Daszak, who's saying, thank you so much for lifting the gain of function ban that we had. He's taking that money to the Wuhan lab. Then the pandemic starts. And he's out there immediately. There's emails that show him and Fauci and other people are privately talking about this. People on the team are like, this looks like it came from a lab. Fauci shuts it down. It's like, no, it didn't come from a lab. Daszak writes letters. Thank you, Dr. Fauci, for saying it didn't come from a lab. Then Daszak writes a letter, has all of these scientists sign on and says, don't worry, they won't know the letter came from me. Because he knows if people know the letter came from him, they'll be like, wait a minute, you're the guy doing gain of function. And you're saying, it wasn't me. It wasn't gain of function. It wasn't me. So the scientists sign off on it. Then the government agencies use that to pressure social media companies to censor people that are saying it came from a lab, which they do. And now 3 years later, they're like, oh yeah, it looks like it came from a lab. Now they shut you down. You weren't allowed to go see your grandparents in the nursing home. You couldn't go to attend your sister's wedding. You couldn't jog on a public beach in some places. They shut down your business. You can still riot with... That's how serious we took the pandemic. Our government said to take it. But one of the crucial steps of finding the origin so that we could find out as much as possible about... Imagine had we known early that it was the accepted provision that this could have came from a lab, and we potentially worked with China to find out exactly what their modifications were of this, that we could have had better prophylactics against the disease that would have led to less lockdowns. Of course, that's antithetical to what they really wanted. They wanted to control us. Imagine, I was saying that from the outset. All these measures we're taking, but where it came from. Wouldn't you want to know? Why is it that, like, for example, we did contact tracing? Because the idea of the origins are very important. Like, in that case, well, we want to know where you got it so we could, one, warn people that were around you, but secondly, so we could start to get an idea of the kind of places this is facilitating. But the origins of the virus, we had no interest for some reason. Nah, don't look into that. But there's a lab. And this gets to the greatest point, right? Why am I xenophobic? That's the word they kept using. Tom Cotton was xenophobic. People like me are xenophobic that suggested that it could have came from a lab. Why am I xenophobic? So it's xenophobic to say this could have came from a lab, something that's ran by government people and scientists in China funded by government people in the United States. That's xenophobic towards China. Instead, the non-racist xenophobic opinion is a bunch of backwards Chinese people raiding pangolins and bats because they're a bunch of cavemen. That's the non-racist position. Do you see? You see? That's the narrative that they successfully pushed on people. That's what happened. I don't blame the people of China for the crazy shit that their government's up to. Of course not. As if a bunch of poor people at some wet market, right? Well, let's blame them instead of government scientists in China because we don't want to be xenophobic. We don't want to be racist towards Chinese people. So blame those poor farmers and poor rural people in China. Let's blame them. I guess they're not rural, but you see what I mean? Blame them, or else you're racist. If you blame the more elite people in China, that makes you racist. What fucking sense does that make? And of these two competing theories, one was a natural evolution of the virus that a bunch. That's one. And the second is that it was a lab leak from a lab that was partially funded by the United States. Which one of those two would seem more like blaming China exclusively? Because in the theory I'm saying, if the lab leak theory is correct, that does mean China was reckless and it deserves blame. But you know who else was reckless and deserved blame? The U.S. government! Who funded it? So as someone who gives a shit about this country, the United States, and considers myself a nationalist, me criticizing China's government and Dr. Fauci and the U.S. government means that I'm xenophobic against China. Instead, I should just blame the poor people of China. What fucking sense does this make? Now, I wonder why Peter Daszak and Dr. Fauci were so adamant that it could have came from a lab. Do you think the fact that Dr. Fauci, who went from basically a no-name, who was disgraced over the AIDS epidemic and the left hated because of that, all of a sudden became like the most cool, hip, popular guy, doing magazine covers, most wealthy paid U.S. government entity, I believe, person? He's on all these news shows. A guy who was basically unknown 3 years ago, and now he's like a hero to millions of people. You think that he maybe had a stake in like, I can either be considered a hero to everyone, so much so that I'll be on fashion magazines, on television programs, paid huge amounts of money, people literally throwing their hands up about how great I am, or I could be considered one of the biggest pieces of shit ever in the world because the pain that everyone's going through right now is largely because of my funding of this guy, Peter Daszak, who did this gain of function research. I wonder if there's a preference there for Dr. Fauci. My son does that all the time, by the way. He goes, Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Hank. I wonder. Let's think. Oh, yeah. How about Peter Daszak? You think he had stake in it? But those are the people we listen to. Imagine if it is true that this came from a lab. That the guy we were told that's been wrong so many times that we should listen to as the science. He even called him, he said, attacks on me or an attack on science. That's what Dr. Fauci said. That guy was the dude responsible for the creation. Or partially responsible. And that's the very guy. Imagine that someone murders your family and you hire the murderer to investigate. That's what we did. Let me tell you how to not... Ironically, maybe he would have a lot to say on how to not get murdered. Trump definitely to blame for Fauci's fame. Absolutely agree with that. That's the implications. But Rob, it said low confidence. Low confidence is what it said. Again, I go back to the greater point of this, if you're just tuning in, right? It does not matter at the end of the day. If new evidence arises and it's actually proves that this came from nature and not a lab, that's irrelevant to the grand story. Because they told you that it was debunked and a crazy conspiracy theory that it came from a lab, and they censored you for saying it. And they were wrong. So even if at the end of the day, we find out that, wait a minute, it did come from nature. Right now we know that official government agencies are saying the best evidence we have, some of them, is that it came from a lab. So why would we be censoring people that said that? That means that they lied when they said that it was a crazy conspiracy theory that was debunked, that it came from a lab. They had no interest, when it mattered, of looking at the origins of COVID. 3 years it takes them. They censored people. And it turns out the people pushing that censorship had skin in the game. I believe this comment was from today. Could be wrong. FBI Director Christopher Wray tells Fox's Bret Baier. Origins of the pandemic are most likely a potential lab incident in Wuhan. Let me step back for a second. The FBI has folks, agents, professionals, analysts, virologists, microbiologists, etc., who focus specifically on the dangers of biological threats, which include things like novel viruses like COVID, and the concerns that they're in the wrong hands, some bad guys, a hostile nation state, a terrorist, or a criminal. The threats that those could pose. So here you're talking about a potential leak from Chinese government-controlled lab that killed millions of Americans, and that's precisely what the capability was designed for. I should add that our work related to this continues, and there are not a whole lot of details I can share that aren't classified. I will just make the observation that the Chinese government, it seems to me, has been doing its best to try to thwart and obfuscate the work we're doing. But remember, Dr. Fauci and his team said it's okay that they deleted that evidence. It's okay. That's okay. They have the right to do that. No problem. That's what they said in the article we read. Remember? So, the FBI, by the way, has been saying for like 6 months or so, I believe, that their theory was that it came from a lab. Now, one of the things that I think is hilarious, watch how quickly the same troop that said, trust the FBI. You can't question the FBI. That's anti-law enforcement. When the FBI says Trump did something wrong, he did it. When the FBI is raiding Mar-a-Lago, he did it. When the FBI is working to go after teachers or with parents at school board meetings, they're all good. When the FBI says this is what happened January 6th, they're all good. When the FBI says this is what happened with Whitmer, all good. But as soon as the FBI says it comes from China, what do you think the left's going to say? Let's take a look. A day after it's revealed Fox coordinated with Trump's campaign, the head of the FBI sits down for the network. Cool. Interesting that Wray readily hands out extensively sensitive information right after a lawsuit filed by Strzok against Trump, and probably Wray for its firing by the FBI. Amazing Wray makes its questionable announcement on Fox. Wray is a conservative Republican loyalist. I should think Biden would be very upset by this. Time for a reminder that Chris Wray represented Government Christie during the Bridgegate. This is how the FBI director discusses his bureau's low confidence estimate, which other federal agencies dispute. Sounds incredibly irresponsible. Why is he talking to Bret Baier the same day we learned Fox regularly lies to its viewer? Unethical behavior by our FBI director. He's trying to distract from his blatant failures. In fact, he went on Fox after the Dominion revelation. Says it all. Being a Federalist, of course he's on Fox. Anyone asked Wray fellowship with Kavanaugh? WMD say what? Why is the head of the FBI appearing on Fox? This alone's reason to remove him. You're right, this is questionable. Why is Wray doing that? You learned absolutely nothing after the Iraq WMD thing. Every credible expert, nah, Trump appointed leftovers from unqualified agencies. Lab leak. This. Does Chris Wray have any evidence to back this up? Nothing at all. Why is he still FBI director? I mean, you can't fucking make this up. Peer review says, pretty weak language though, right? Most likely a potential lab leak. Sure. Show me what agencies, show me the agencies that say otherwise. Go ahead. What's their language? God damn, it's pompous. This is unbelievable, by the way. This article is great. This is from Forbes. COVID lab theory. Some government agencies believe it, others don't. Politicians and agents continue to contend with the theory. Key facts. Wall Street Journal reported the U.S. Department of Energy assists with low confidence. Pandemic came from a lab leak. Low confidence means reliability of the sources is questionable or the information's credibility, plausibility is uncertain. Although the FBI agrees with the DOA on the lab leak being the likely cause, they are in the minority. CNN reports most intelligence services either believe the origins of COVID occurred naturally or there's not enough evidence to make a decision. China denied the claims. A lab leak origin of the pandemic has long been a pet theory of Donald Trump, who said in 2021 a lab leak makes sense. The theory COVID spread from a lab leak has been continuously disputed by scientific experts, like the authors of an analysis published in Nature Medicine, who said they don't believe any kind of laboratory-based scenario is plausible. Right, which I read to you. By Peter Daszak. Weird that Forbes left that part out. They're still going with that bullshit. Here's what peer review wants you to know. That's not strongly. He said likely came from a potential lab leak. That's not strong, right? That's not strong. Let's hear what some of the other agencies said, right? Because it's strong. They're going to say strongly, right? Let's see what some of the other agencies said. A 2020 report issued by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence revealed that the National Intelligence Council, along with 4 other unidentified agencies, assessed with low confidence that the initial COVID-19 infection was most likely caused by natural exposure to an animal infected with it or a close progenitor virus. 3 other agencies were unable to coalesce. Sounds confident. So how many times have you heard they said low confidence? Low confidence. Right. And the 5 agencies, one being the DNI office and 4 other unnamed agencies. By the way, remember initially, I love this, right? Right? I loved it. Well, you don't care what the agencies say, but where was the censorship coming from? The censorship was coming based on a letter that was written by the guy who funded Gain of Function, who told people in a letter, we're not going to tell them that it came from my office. And then government agencies saying, this is our official theory. So even if you're right that the science tells you it had a natural origin, we're told that that's not the official government theory. That's why the censorship occurred. Now, the government's saying, some of our agencies say this is. Now, remember when there was all of this hullabaloo that, 15 intel agencies came forward and said, Russia interfered to help Donald Trump. You remember that? Remember? How many times did we hear that? Does anyone remember hearing that? 15 intelligence agencies. It was 17, I'm sorry. That's what we're told, right? This is from June 11th, 2017, right? Remember, the DNI... Look, you can't make this shit up. Like, I can't believe I just connected these dots. Ready? So the argument that we're hearing is, okay, the FBI and the Department of Energy, they both say lab leak most likely, but low confidence. And 5 other agencies say that it came from natural origin. So that the government stance is still there. Well, those agencies also say low confidence. And where was that from again? What were those 5 agencies? Let me read that to you again. The 5 agencies, right? So we have 2 on one hand, but 5 on the other. A 2021 report issued by the Office of the DNI revealed that the National Intelligence Council, along with 4 other unidentified agencies, asserted with low confidence that the initial COVID-19 infection was most likely caused by natural exposure. All work together to come up with one report, or what? We don't know. Right? The DNI's office. You ready? Remember this? 17 intelligence agencies. Hillary Clinton's tweet. We have 17 intelligence agencies, civilian and military, who have all concluded that these espionage attacks, these cyber attacks, came from the highest levels of the Kremlin, and they're designed to influence our election. 17 agencies. Holy shit. I didn't even know we had 17 intelligence agencies. But I heard this claim repeated verbatim. 17 intelligence agencies. Holy of them. Oh my god, 17 intelligence agencies. Holy shit. You can't argue with that. 17 of them. Like 12 you could argue with, but fuck, 17? What are you going to do with that? Holy shit, what a big number. 17 intelligence agencies. Well, that's it. That's the end of it. Hold on a second. How did that end up? Just curious. Russia, according to 17 intelligence agencies, interfered in our campaign, said ABC's George Stephanopoulos on Sunday, repeating the false claim of universal agreement across 17 federal intelligence agencies regarding the alleged Russia state interference. Stephanopoulos presented former DNI James Clapper's statements as definitive facts predicated on a consensus across federal government's intelligence apparatus. And then on the broader question, the underlying issue of our relationship with Russia and the fact of Russia, according to our 17 intelligence agencies, interfered in our campaign. James Comey was unequivocal on that point, said Clapper. Stephanopoulos made the false claim in an interview with Senator Mike Lee this week. Originally pushed by Hillary Clinton during her 3rd presidential debate with Trump, the false claim has since become ubiquitous, forwarded primarily by Democrats and their news media allies. The false claim is based on a misrepresentation of declassified intelligence report pushed by the DNI. Wait a minute. Who did this theory? A 2020 report by the Office of the DNI reviewed that the National Intelligence Council and 4 unidentified agencies. Isn't that odd? Once more, we have coming from the Director of National Intelligence Office, the DNI office, we have coming from them. Oh, they all agree. Same office, the DNI. Let's see how this works. To consolidate intelligence across federal intelligence apparatus involves the president. Left-wing and Democratic-aligned news media outlets have framed the DNI as a director of and spokesperson for non-existent consensus. PolitiFact, which presents itself as politically objective and nonpartisan fact-checking website, grants the claim to be true. Testifying before the Senate Judiciary Committee on Crime and Terrorism in May, former DNI Clapper directly responded to the aforementioned false claim, claiming that, quote, his assessment of Russian efforts to influence the outcome of the presidential election was based on intelligence from 3 agencies: the CIA, the FBI, and the NSA. Bum, 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 bum. I don't need Marjorie Taylor Greene. I have Courtney. She's a great wife. So there you go. The big excuse. Well, this is a nothing burger. The FBI and the Department of Energy say lab leak because 5 agencies say that it didn't come from a lab. And by the way, the Department of Energy only has low confidence. Really? What was the confidence level of those 5 agencies? Well, low confidence. Oh, okay. And what were those agencies? Well, the DNI. Okay, that's one. And then 4 others that were unnamed. Oh, like the 17 agencies led by the DNI that said Russia interfered to help Trump? Yeah, like that. And then that was all bullshit. It was only 3 agencies, not 5. Or not 17. Surreal. So that's where we're at. How many lives? You couldn't go to work. They shut down your private business. You couldn't go to weddings, funerals, etc. You couldn't go visit your family in nursing homes. Couldn't do it. All because we all had to sacrifice. We had to. It's huge. It's a terrible thing. But our government agencies, led by Dr. Fauci, pressured people to censoring people to not investigate the origins of COVID, which literally could have saved lives. And all because they were personally implicated. And yet the left has no fucking problem with it. They still worship Fauci. They say, well, they deserve to be censored. They deserved. And by the way, trust the media and the politicians when they talk about needing to censor more disinformation. Trust them on that. Okay. Maybe the lab leak thing, maybe they're wrong. But they're right on masks, and they're right on lockdowns, and they're right on medications surrounding the pandemic, and they're right on election security, and they're right on Whitmer, and they're right on January 6th. And they're right on all that shit. They're right in the Hunter Biden laptop. They're right in all that shit. Right? But Rob, all of a sudden you believe the FBI? Now you believe the FBI? No, I don't believe the FBI. I don't take what they say at face value. In fact, I share the peer reviews stance. I'm more interested in what scientists presenting actual evidence have to say than what the FBI says, or what the Director of National Intelligence. But two things. One, when it was the government agencies were saying it was natural origin, all the left said, that's good enough for me. And second, they used the fact that it came from these official government sources to say that we censor people. You still go look at the terms of service in places like YouTube. You're not allowed to dispute when it comes to COVID certain things that are against official narratives. And where are they getting those official narratives? Not rando scientists, but governmental organizations like the CDC or the World Health Organization, which is, right? So if it was good enough to censor us because these intel agencies and Dr. Fauci and the NIH and the CDC said this, then why wouldn't it be good enough to say, okay, if they've reversed their decision, then they made a huge fucking mistake. Again, you saw this in my debate here the other night when I was on with Destiny and Dylan Burns and Beckett, right, on Connor's panel. One of the things that I'm accused of is, oh, well, you have one sort of standard when it comes to Trump, but another when it comes to these other things. No, I don't. I really don't. My criticism has never been Donald Trump needs to remain out of jail. I don't really give a shit, to be honest. Let me give you an example. If we decide as a country that we're going to start criminally charging FARA Act violations, FARA is lobbying for foreign governments, right? So it's illegal in the United States to lobby at the behest of a foreign government institution, unless you register as a lobbyist for them. So, for example, if you wanted to lobby for the government of South Korea, you could do that. You just have to register as a lobbyist for the government of South Korea. And if you don't, technically that's a crime. Now, everybody knows that people do this all the fucking time in Washington. They're lobbying for other governments and government institutions and banks and things like that, and they're not properly following the paperwork. That's what Paul Manafort was accused of doing in 2013. And so they charged him with that crime. I have no problem with this. The law's on the books. Looks like he technically violated it. No problem. All I want is that law to be applied across the fucking board. So, in the indicting document of Paul Manafort, it says he worked with Group 1 and Group 2. Group 1 was a group called Mercury LLC, which was a Republican lobbying firm, and Group 2 was the Podesta Group. Now, Podesta, that might sound familiar for you. You see, Manafort was Trump's campaign manager, and Podesta was Hillary's campaign manager. So, surely someone at the Podesta Group got charged with the same crime. They didn't file paperwork as a foreign lobbyist, and yet their agency was lobbying. So surely the people that were doing that lobbying from the Podesta Group also faced the same charges. Oh no, they got to retroactively fill paperwork out. Now, I don't give a shit if Manafort goes to prison or not. In fact, it might be a good thing that we start prosecuting people that are registering as foreign lobbyists. Maybe we'd have less influence from countries like China. Maybe that'd be a good thing. Maybe Hunter Biden would be in prison. Sounds great. So fine. I don't give a shit, Republican, Democrat. Doesn't matter if it's someone I support or not. If we're going to enforce that law, as long as it's done across the board, fine by me. I didn't break that fucking law. I don't care. The problem I have is either enforce it or don't. But don't do it to one side. That's bullshit. Similarly, when I'm arguing with Destiny at the debate there at the end of the night, we're talking about Flynn. One of the comments that I saw his audience was making was like, this is fucking ridiculous. Rob thinks when Flynn said, I don't recall, I guess that could have happened. That's a lie by omission. That's bullshit. Oh, just because he said I don't recall? You're probably right. You're probably right. Yeah, fuck it. Lock him up. Sounds good. Oh, and all the times that we've heard Hillary Clinton and James Comey and Andy McCabe and Eric Holder and the list goes on and on and on say I don't recall, they're full of shit too. Let's lock them up. Well, that's different. That's different. When the people we like say I don't recall, they mean it. But the people we don't like, when they say I don't recall, then clearly they're lying and they should be locked up. And that's whataboutism. That's whataboutism to bring that up. I don't have a double standard. I don't give a shit. Lock Flynn up. I don't care. I just want it evenly applied. It's clear that there was a double standard across the board. That's the fucking problem. I don't have the double standard. If the FBI and the DNI and the 4 unnamed intelligence agencies and the 5 that are still on the fence and the Department of Energy all find a smoking gun proof tomorrow in their estimation that this came from a lab, do I want peer review here who's watching me censored? Of course not! For saying that it came from nature? No! Do I want Peter Daszak censored from saying he thinks it came from nature? Of course not! Do I want Dr. Fauci censored from saying, I don't agree with them, I think it came from nature? No! Now, maybe Dr. Fauci should be charged with a crime for lying about funding gain of function, but he should still be able to freely say, in my opinion, it came from nature. But that's what they did to people like me. They censored us. That's what they did. And where was the left? And I showed you the tweet exchange I had with that guy, Crowdsource Politics. Lefty, I've interacted with, not too bright, but doesn't seem like a malicious person. He's all on board with it. I'm glad they censored those people. They were, that goddamn Steve Bannon, he didn't have proof. He said it came from a lab. That fucking Steve Bannon. Goddamn that fucking Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon. He said it came from a lab, so fuck them all. Censor everyone that said it came from a lab. Fuck them, that's unhinged. That's what Destiny said. Oh, geez. Nate Silver puts a tweet out that's like, oh boy, now government agencies are saying it most likely came from a lab. That looks pretty shitty for all the people that wanted to censor those people, huh? Because it was against the government's estimation. And Destiny says, no, I don't blame the censors. I blame the lab leak theory people in the first place, because some of them said that it was intentional. So fuck them. That's why we couldn't have a serious conversation. Isn't that nice? Oh boy. That's the left for you. No problem with it. The same people that told you, you want grandma to die if you don't listen to everything the government says, then you want grandma to die, you selfish prick. Are remarkably silent when it comes to the NIH funding the very lab where it looks likely that this virus was created. All of a sudden, their passion for, God damn you selfish people, we have to do everything possible to fight this. All of a sudden, it's weird. All of a sudden, they don't give a shit. Strange. And Christopher Wray comes out and it's like, well, actually, we think it came from that. Then they quickly changed it. Well, we don't trust the FBI. We don't trust the FBI and their director now. Trump was a crazy fucking conspiracy theorist for accurately not trusting the FBI. I still don't trust Christopher Wray. It's not like, oh, Ray says it, now I believe it because Ray's something I agree with. He may be right, but I don't fucking take him at his word. Show me the evidence. We can't show you, it's classified. Okay, fuck off. It means nothing to me. It only means something to me because when the government agencies were saying it didn't come from a lab, the lefties were saying, see, now we can censor people that disagree. Because the government agencies all say that. So now that the government agencies are saying the opposite, I point out, oh, now what? And they're like, well, we don't trust them. Just like I said would happen at the fucking onset of this pandemic. Trust the science until it doesn't agree with us. Trust the government until it doesn't agree with us. The difference is, you could say, but you're a hypocrite. Again, I'm not saying trust the government, but even to the extent you could say that I'm a hypocrite, the difference is this, I never called for the called if it happened. But they're okay with it. Just like with the Twitter file censorship. They're fine with it. Because Orange Man bad. I was talking to Aftershock about this on the phone here earlier. How can it be that even reasonable left-wing people that start to see, like, with the culture shit, how far things have gone, right? Like, oh my God, some of this trans shit, it's going too far, or other things going too far. They can see that, and yet they are still completely dug in on, there's no corruption. It's okay, the censorship, the authoritarian, all that's good. It's because, in my estimation, a combination of two things. One, Orange Man bad. That is their identity. They're not Biden. Most of these people aren't Biden supporters. They weren't Hillary supporters. They're Trump haters. That's what they are. And so their defense of Biden isn't so much a defense of Biden. It's a defense of Biden being better than Trump because I hate Trump. That's what it is. And what was Trump's central claim? He's being screwed over. The swamp was getting him, right? That was Trump's central claim, the swamp. And so they have to dispute. There is no swamp. There's no swamp. They have to. And so when the evidence beats him up, so much so, go back and watch that debate I had with Destiny. Watch him try to tell you that Hunter Biden, a man banging hookers, banging his dead brother's wife, leaving a gun lay around so that it has to be covered up by the Secret Service, smoking meth until his teeth rots out of his head, leaving his laptop with questionable pictures, just forgetting about it. Literally, the lefties on that panel, including Destiny, were like, sounds like a professional man. No problem with that. Sounds like a stable dude. All wealthy people smoke crack. That's how fucking far they're willing to go to defend this. That's how. They lose, because to them, it's all connected to Orange Man bad. He's bad. So, Joe Biden's son's getting investigated. The company's getting investigated. The prosecutor wasn't really investigating him. He froze assets of the company. Well, whatever. There's no evidence that's shady. That's what it is. They have to take that stance on it. If Trump would have never been president, and Trump would have never been talking about Burisma, they wouldn't give a shit. They'd be like, yeah, that looks bad. You're right, that looks bad. But because Trump got impeached for saying this looks fucking bad, they're like, well, no, it can't be bad then. It can't be. Because if the underlying claim is true, then 90% of what Trump did is perfectly acceptable. If it was acceptable for the Obama administration to say, we're going to withhold money until you out corruption, then why wouldn't it be acceptable for the Trump administration to say, we think that the last administration was corrupt and you worked with them, so we're going to hold money until you cooperate? Same thing. Now, the argument could be made, but Trump said to publicly announce the investigation. Small potatoes. But sure, I'm willing to debate whether or not that's a step beyond firing a prosecutor because they're looking into your son's company. That's what it's about. The other thing is this, and it's 1A and 1B. These left-wingers think that they're hip and cool. They're counter, right? Many of them probably came up with like the Iraq War, especially these younger lefties, right? The streamers. So they came up there or afterwards, and they're hip and they're cool. Rage Against the Machine, Punk Against Bush. I was there. I was a Ron Paul guy. I was still conservative, but yeah, fuck Bush. Okay. Yeah. They can't. It shatters their whole worldview to realize you're not raging against the machine. You are the machine. You are the establishment. That's you. You are supporting them. You're not counterculture. You're culture. That's what you are. They can't accept it. So they have to say, no, there's no swamp, there's no establishment, this is all crazy conspiracy theory bullshit. It's all bullshit. They can't accept, like, yeah, maybe the intel agencies and social media and the media collaborated together to influence an election to help our side. They can't accept it. They'd be like, I don't see a problem with it. I don't see a problem. They can't accept it. They can't accept that maybe the FBI was putting their thumb on the scale. They can't accept it. Absolutely can't accept it. So they'll fucking make you jump through every fucking hoop Prove it. I need a video of Joe Biden personally saying that he directed the FBI to engage in corruption. Then I'll need Christopher Wray and Rod Rosenstein and James Comey to all sign an affidavit saying we admitted to doing this corruption. Then I need Peter Strzok to admit when I said insurance policy, the insurance policy I was talking about was doing literally anything possible, even illegally, to stop Donald Trump. Then I need Lisa Page to come out and say, yes, I verified all that while I was sleeping with Peter Strzok. We definitely said that we're willing to break the law and we're currently breaking the law in order to stop Donald Trump. I would need all of that. And still, it might all be an AI, so we still wouldn't know that it's true. Don't believe me? Destiny literally said in that debate, when Burisma, who I didn't call corrupt, it was the Obama State Department that called them corrupt. That's who called them corrupt. So when the prosecutors in Ukraine freeze the assets of Burisma, and then immediately, the lawyers for Burisma reach out to the Obama State Department. The same Obama State Department that says, we think you're corrupt, and we're mad that you're not being prosecuted in Ukraine hard enough. We're mad about that. That's what they said. We don't like these people. They're corrupt. And so then the corrupt people reach out and say, hey, we'd like to talk to you. Destiny says, oh, maybe they just wanted to talk about how to spell the name Burisma. That's what Destiny says. Unless I see a transcript of what was said, how do I know what was said? You're a crazy conspiracy theorist, drawing conclusions. What the fuck do you think they wanted to talk about? Maybe they just wanted to talk about baseball. And the Obama State Department was like, oh boy, baseball. Yeah, we'll take that call. We'll take a meeting with the corrupt oligarchs' lawyers to talk about baseball. That's why they've traveled across the world to see us. It's a fucking joke. It's a joke. It's the same with Sitch and Adam when I went through this. You're going through step by step. Well, that's all conspiracy. Prove it. Prove that that's exactly what was said. You can't prove it. Yet when it comes to Trump, no such proof necessary. Oh, he's a bad man. Corrupt. And then you have to sit there and listen. Like when I'm like, you wouldn't do the same. If it was Trump firing a prosecutor that was looking into his son's company using a quid pro quo, you wouldn't be like, well, other people wanted him. Yes, I would. Really? Were you for Trump when he fired Comey? Yeah, I was for that. Isn't it true that Republicans wanted Comey fired? Of course. What about Democrats? Yeah. Oh, so everyone wanted Comey fired, and then Trump fired him. And you said, well, wait, we need a special counsel because maybe Trump fired him for selfish reasons and not because of the reasons everyone else said. Yeah. Okay. Now do Biden. Everyone wanted Shokin fired, you claim. Yeah. And then Biden issued a quid pro quo to get him fired. Yeah. So then shouldn't we have a special counsel investigate? No. That's different. Everyone wanted him fired. They didn't break apart the timeline, Pisco. What part of the timeline did they break apart? Oh my God, Pisco. Fuck, it's 11:30. 11:50. All right. Hop on the Discord. Pisco, you gonna get wrecked after your boy Destiny? Did he send you here? You're gonna get wrecked on the same topic? Good God. You want to just hop in my Discord chat, or do you want to do a call? It doesn't matter either way. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, let me make sure. Say something so I can make sure your audio shows up. Yep, I think you're good.
Awesome. Listen, I didn't even get to see your debate with Destiny. I'm looking forward to it because I see that it's in the YouTube, so I want to see it.
I'll give you. It's a tale of two stories. The first half we talk about Brexit. I listened to some British guy say that they hadn't left yet, and then everyone laughed at me 20 minutes later when he said actually they did leave. It wasn't intentionally misleading me. To be fair, he thought that I was asking, did they solve everything? But I don't
that's
think
Brexit. Like, who cares? That's not your bread and butter,
right? But nonetheless, that was and then Destiny and Dylan and Beckett and the normal 3-on-1, 4-on-1 shit.
Yeah.
They all
you love that shit. Yeah, that's where you thrive.
I do. Yeah. All right, let's do it. Sitch and Adam, Burisma stuff.
Listen. I don't have a ton of time, but this is my take, and you tell me how break it apart.
Okay.
So what I thought Sitch did effectively in that discussion, from what I recall, was basically showing sources that indicate that the investigation into Burisma, one, wasn't advancing under Shokin, two, that predates Hunter Biden's time in Burisma, and that the investigatory steps taken also predate, like that there was a separate sort of analog investigation going on in the UK that wasn't advancing, and that there was actually the only evidence that there was advancement or a desire to advance the Burisma investigation are these kind of like self-serving statements by Shokin announced after he's been fired, and not really no indication that any sort of investigatory step had been taken leading up to the firing at all. It was like timeline stuff like that.
If that's so, let's go through these one by one. The idea. Yeah. So I didn't get to it much there, but there is credible reporting that Ukraine, including Poroshenko, there's a phone call that's been released, right, from Poroshenko and Biden, right, where Poroshenko is basically saying at the end of February, like, listen, we don't have any evidence that Shokin's corrupt, but as per your request, we've asked for his resignation. And Biden's like, cool. And then like 2 weeks later, Biden's like, is he gone? And Poroshenko's like, yeah. And he's like, okay, we could dispense that money. Right? So we know that timeline, Destiny claimed last night, we don't have any evidence other than Biden's own claim that there was a quid pro quo that led to him being fired. We do. We have a contemporary.
Okay, so just making sure I understand. This is evidence that the United States pressured Ukraine to fire the prosecutor in exchange for money, right?
Evidence that Poroshenko, who was considered a U.S. ally, was publicly saying, or was saying privately, we don't have any evidence that he was corrupt. So that's number one. So when the UK says, well, we asked for this evidence. Number two is the prosecutors, other people in the prosecutor office that the United States didn't demand being fired, claimed that actually what happened with the UK situation was this, that they continued to stall, that the PGO in Ukraine was continually offering to cooperate and give the UK evidence that they wanted, but it was continually stalled. And when they finally presented the evidence, the UK said, well, it's too late. It's beyond the statute of limitations, right? So I'm not saying that that's definitively true, mind you. I'm just saying there is an other side to the argument. So to just accept as gospel, like, well, the UK said that they wanted an investigation to Shokin and that the prosecutors didn't cooperate. There's another side to that story.
Well, the only thing that I heard that is what's important, right, to show, I agree that the standard of proof to show this kind of corruption need not be like a statement on the record with sworn affiants, two sworn affiants that are both unimpeachable. Chris Wray witnessed it, that said something to the effect, like Chris Wray and Mitch McConnell were both there, right?
Sure.
Where you're saying, I am guilty.
Sure.
But the circumstantial evidence that you would need to build, right? There's a reason why you're constantly attacking the determinations by IMF and all these other actors that go to show that he's, that they wanted him gone anyways. The reason you're attacking those is the same reason why you think that increasing the legitimacy of the claims against Biden helps Trump, in that the merits here of whether or not there's a good reason to either pressure or not pressure to fire, right, affect our interpretation of whether the thing was improper, right? Surely if there's a very, 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 very good reason to do something, then and it's more ostensibly in the purview or interests of the country that you're supposed to be representing, then we would be like, there's a less basis for impeachment, or there's a less basis to say that there was any improper thing with respect to Biden, right? So the underlying thing, right?
Sum it up in like 20 seconds, because I'm kind of a little lost in what you're saying there.
Okay. So the underlying thing, right? You're attacking that there was no good reason to fire him, or that there was a good reason to fire him, because it matters, right? If it's the case that there was a wide consensus among international actors and other countries and other parts of our state apparatus and whatever, that this guy should be fired, doesn't that sort of take away from the argument?
This is going to be a long conversation, right?
You've heard this before. Yeah.
Right. It's going to be so your argument would be this: if pretty much everyone, and by everyone I don't mean literally everyone, so don't take it that way, but the IMF and the UK and a bunch of people that we would give a shit their opinion, right? If basically most of them were like, yeah, this Shokin guy's corrupt, he should be fired, right? And then Biden was like, okay, let's fire him, right? We'll do a quid pro quo and get him fired, right? Even if it could look bad, there's a potential conflict of interest that, well, Biden's son worked for this company and they may have been investigating Biden's son.
Yeah.
You would say, well, but the fact that this was in the interest of the United States because all of these other actors said fire Shokin, then that would cut back against the idea.
It wouldn't be per se proper. Okay. Because obviously, if you have a corrupt motive, it doesn't matter that you're using a pro forma a reason that's available, right? It's the same thing about the Comey firing.
That's right, and that's what you can't get around. It's the exact same thing with the Comey thing. Republicans and Democrats wanted Comey fired. Trump fired them, and you said, yeah, but Trump did it for improper reasons. Even though other people wanted him fired, Trump did it for improper reasons, correct?
But Rob, I'm acknowledging I'm acknowledging that point in the process of trying to explain that these are cases built on circumstantial evidence because we can't get into someone's heads, right? And so the real problem is a corrupt motive. And one way that you can get to a corrupt motive is circumstantial evidence of what are other plausible purposes, right? We've had the discussion before about what could Trump's purposes have been in respect to the impeachment stuff, right? And so since this case is built on circumstantial evidence, as all of these cases ought to be, the building blocks you have are, well, why did Biden do this? What is the timeline? What did Biden know and when he knew it? And so all I'm trying to say is...
well, we'll get to the timeline. But what I'm saying is, right, it's my stance before we get to the timeline shit, which is going to go my way, but we'll see if that's the case. But that's how I feel. I have 5 more minutes. My stance before I get there is just this. That if there was enough... The reason we would get to finding out evidence would be to have a special prosecutor. And if we're going to have a special prosecutor because of the appearance of conflict of interest with Trump firing Comey, there is no reason there shouldn't have been a special prosecutor with a quid pro quo of $1 billion tax dollars that we did not get to vote on to oust the firing of a prosecutor that was looking into the company of Joe Biden's son. There should have been a special investigation. Instead, there was a Republican investigation 5 years later. There should have been a special prosecutor. How do we know what his motivations may have been if we never investigated?
And so the fact that that your son is on the board of a Ukrainian corporation that at one point was being investigated is enough for any action taken under the office of vice president with respect to that country requires a special counsel.
Right. Even George Kent, George Kent and members of the State Department were privately saying that they thought it was a huge conflict of interest for Hunter Biden to be there. So if they knew that, why would you make Biden the point person?
Why make Joe Biden the point person?
Why is he the one doing the quid pro quo?
It's a huge international issue that you give the vice president something to do. I mean, I don't know. On, but, the truth is, why?
Let me. If you only have 5 minutes, let me do this. Let me concede as many arguments of yours or points that you're making as possible, and still, if I can still convince you, right? So let's concede. Sure. Let's concede the following things for the sake of argument. Let's say that Victor Shokin's corrupt, right? That's something that Sitch and Adam were saying, that he was taking bribes for cab companies and shit. So we'll assume that, step one, right? We'll assume that he didn't cooperate with the UK. In fact, we'll assume that he did nothing to investigate Burisma, right?
Yeah.
Okay, up until a certain point, which I'll get to in a minute, right?
Okay.
So, what we know is this. Now, we know that necessarily the Biden or the Obama administration didn't think that because they're publicly inviting the PGO and Shokin's team in January of 2016 to discuss their anti-corruption investigations to D.C. But forget about that for a second. We're going to assume, though, that that's not true. We'll just assume they thought that the Obama administration was
the invitation of Burisma insiders was on the up and up. Is that what you're
saying? We'll say we're going to assume that that Shokin was not investigating Burisma, right? So then But when you said the timeline, right? The timeline, and you said ostensibly that you didn't see Shokin, there was no evidence in that Sitch and Adam that they were doing a good job, that there was no investigation occurring. I present you this. According to the official Ukrainian news agency, from February 4th, 2016, court seizes property of ex-minister Zlochevsky in Ukraine. The movable and immovable property of former Minister of Ecology and Natural Resources in Ukraine, Zlochevsky, has been seized. They filed blah, blah, blah. The PGO said the court satisfied the position on February 2nd, 2016. Zlochevsky is suspected of committing the criminal offense under Part 3 of Article 3682 of the Criminal Code of Ukraine, illicit enrichment. Now, let's further buttress your argument. Let's further steel man. Let's say that the only reason Shokin did this was because the jig was up. That everyone realized he was covering up for Burisma and Zlochevsky, right? So he had to make a move. He had to make it seem like, right? Okay.
Well, I don't think that's the only reason he could do that.
Of course not. But we're just giving the best argument for your side of the argument.
I don't know that it's the best one either.
Oh, go ahead. What's the best?
So saying that he's responsive to doing that investigatory step, acknowledging some element of Burisma, I think puts it in the head of it puts in Shokin's head that Burisma is influencing his actions, where it could be something totally like if you were really doing something, you would say that if you wanted to say that there's no connection between Hunter Biden and the investigation or whatever, you would say that if you were doing the best single strongest argument, I think it would be no connection between that action and
I don't know what you're saying. I don't think you're understanding me. What I'm saying here is it's clear that there was the claim that there was no investigation. Ostensibly, Shokin wasn't investigating Burisma is bullshit. He froze the assets. So I said, let's make your argument stronger and say, okay, he froze the assets, but only because he was making it appear as if he was doing something. That's what I'm saying. Right? I'm just trying to make this strong. I don't understand what you're saying, but the best argument.
I'm sorry. So I thought he froze the assets of the individual known as Mykola Zlochevsky.
Yeah. The head of the movable and immovable assets. Presumably that would mean property that he had associated with the company as well. But nonetheless, so what? We'll just say Zlochevsky, even if not.
The strong argument on my side would be that those assets have nothing to do with Burisma. Not that they have something to do with Burisma.
Okay, nonetheless, it doesn't matter. The argument from the Biden State Department, or the Obama State Department, it was that Zlochevsky was the corrupt oligarch, right? And they were pissed because Shokin wasn't investigating Zlochevsky. So rather they seized the asset. Because what you're going to say is, well, if there was corruption, Hunter Biden had nothing to do with it. Doesn't matter. Hunter Biden was being enriched by a company that the Obama State Department thought was corrupt. Right? And so they would have still had a vested interest to still keep bringing in that $100,000 a month from a company that they thought was ran by a corrupt oligarch. It doesn't matter. I'm not even accusing Hunter Biden of breaking the law here. I'm not. Right?
Yeah,
so it's irrelevant to the scenario. So let me finish, right? So even if it was, well, Shokin just did this to save face, then explain this. How is it that almost a week after that, we have evidence that Burisma, who, not my words, not your words, right, but the words of the Obama State Department, thought was corrupt, their lawyers reach out to Novelli at the Obama State Department and say, hey, Hunter Biden works here. We'd like to set up a meeting with you about these corruption allegations. And Novelli says, okay. And then they have the meeting, right? And Novelli admits in the meeting several times, they're like, by the way, do you know Hunter Biden works here? Did you know that? And then Novelli comes out and says, oh, it was a great meeting, but it had nothing to do with Hunter Biden. That wasn't the reason for this. Yeah. And then, no, wait, it gets better. Then a couple weeks after that, just serendipitously, so for a year and a half, Biden administration the Obama administration led by Biden is the point person, hasn't issued a quid pro quo. They haven't. But allegedly they're mad. They're like, oh boy, Shokin won't investigate Burisma. He won't investigate Zlochevsky. Oh boy, that makes us angry. Biden's mad.
Wait. It is broader than that. So you're not representing them. So
that's part of it. As Destiny read last night, that's okay.
But you focusing on it makes it seem as though like that is their main motivating concern. And to show how ridiculous it would be given that Hunter Biden's on the board, but it's not their only concern. And so that you focusing on it makes it sound like that. So
name some other concerns.
Corruption writ large, right? Corruption.
Okay, so naming some of the companies that are worried about corruption. Go ahead.
Bro, I am not a Ukrainian corruption.
Right. I heard Destiny.
Just like I'm not a weatherman.
Okay,
right?
but listen, let me tell you, because Destiny tried to make an argument like this as well. Destiny said Burisma's small potatoes. Right. Well, I looked it up. Burisma.
Wait. They're one of the biggest oil.
Right. That's not what your boy said. Your boy said they were small potatoes. I looked it up. They're the second largest private natural gas company in Ukraine.
Wait, no, I don't think that Burisma is small potatoes as a company, but in terms when you say that
tell Destiny he was wrong about that, by the way, when you talk to him. Go ahead.
Okay. I mean, I will.
You don't have to. I'm being fucking dick.
It's a matter of it's a matter of public record. But like, think about the Attorney General of the United States. The Attorney General of the United States sets the tone for the Justice Department of the United States. It is relevant not just for any kind of enforcement action, but on a much broader scale. Who the head of DOJ is. You have had your problems with Bill Barr, right? Your problems with the DOJ would be very, very different if you were in charge of the DOJ, right?
Okay, so let's steelman your position. So it wasn't just Burisma. Let's say there was a dozen other corrupt Russian oligarchs running around. And
I want to address the Burisma thing. So like, I'm just letting you know that when you focus on the Burisma, I do not think that you are representing the to be honest with you, I don't think that the IMF and all and like these international organizations and the corporations are like worried about one enforcement action. I think they're worried about a broader pattern of corruption where I think it's been documented even now, right to this day, that money we are currently, and you said this strongly on I, by the way, believe in a large amounts of money should be sent to Ukraine. So I'm one of those fucking lib cuts that you hate, right? Or shit lib.
Hey,
right?
man, lecture fans on here. He believes it as well. He's a conservative.
Right. So, but you have said strongly, and even Zelensky has acknowledged, and Ukrainian officials have acknowledged that there's even today a lot of corruption on the money we are currently sending there, right?
Great point. We'll get to that. But again, I don't understand. Like, I think I get where you're going. So your point is this.
Where am I going?
If you only have a couple minutes and you wanted to hear my...
Oh, sorry. There was a delay. I didn't hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right. So let me, again, try to summarize your argument. It wasn't just Burisma. We could say it's not that Burisma wasn't a big company. They may have been, and it could have even been that the majority, that they were the biggest company as far as fraudulent money. But there were all kinds of fraud going on, and Shokin wasn't prosecuting, and that's what caught the ire of the IMF. It wasn't one particular case. It was a litany of cases. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, it was a huge problem of corruption that he was not solving, right? That you have acknowledged that this has been a long-standing problem. Everyone has acknowledged. Everyone on my side, Biden himself, right?
Okay.
Is all premised on an assumption that corruption
I got you. So corruption bet, right. So they point out... Now, I'll ask you this real quick. Are you aware of any other quid pro quo in the history of the United States to fire a prosecutor?
Quid pro quo to fire a prosecutor. Yeah. I'm just going to think. I am not aware.
I've looked it up. I have been unable. I'm not saying it's never happened, but it's not something that's at least publicly acknowledged as a regular occurrence.
But like America has flexed hugely on countries in terms of their executive branches, whether that's who should run their country, and I have. If you believe the CIA and all these people are involving themselves, and they are, in the internal affairs of other country, it would be. I think that it's like preposterous to think that they're not also, invested in this shit.
So let me say why I think that Burisma's unique. One, right? Because even if you're right that there's a bunch of other corruption, right? We know that Joe Biden's son worked there, right? We know that one, right? Secondly, we know I'm unaware. And I'm not saying this doesn't exist, but I would be shocked if it happened, of any other of these alleged corrupt people that Shokin was letting off the hook, of them getting a meeting with the Obama State Department. Then the timeline is, and that's what's important. That's why I think it's ironic you said they poked holes in the timeline. They did not. Yeah. The timeline's what's most damning, right? Because it's like they freeze the assets, then immediately the lawyers get a hold of the Obama State Department. They're like, hey, Hunter Biden works here. Can we talk with you? And the State Department's like, sure. Then they come talk with them. And around that same time, Biden issues a quid pro quo to fire this prosecutor. Right? Yeah, Poroshenko says, now I know you don't give a shit about this. So my question is, even if it's true that Shokin wasn't doing shit against Burisma or against these other corrupt up until that point, why would they wait to issue the quid pro quo until he literally took a serious step? It seems, if anything, they'd say, oh, well, we'll give this guy a chance. He just took an important step. He froze these assets.
Okay, so who froze what assets, right?
The PGO.
My understanding was, so I know that the British froze assets. That's not the freezing you're talking about, right?
No, let me repeat. The Prosecutor General Office of Ukraine filed a petition to the court to arrest the property of Zlochevsky. And then it listed, if you want me to read it, Rolls Royce. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. You want to hear them? Other property uses... the ex-minister... the PGO filed a petition to the court to arrest the property ex-minister of Ecology and Natural Resources of Ukraine, the Deputy Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine, Mykola Zlochevsky, from which arrest was withdrawn, and other property he actually uses. Right? Namely, housing estate with a total square of 922 square meters, a land plot of 0.24 hectares, a garden house with a total area of 299.8 square meters, a garden house in the territory of Vyshgorod district, a garden house of 2,312 square meters, a land plot of 0.0394 hectares, a Rolls-Royce Phantom car, a Knott 924-5014 trainer.
And these the freezing was on February what?
February 2nd.
Okay.
They satisfied. So again, within a week or two, the lawyers are like, "Oh shit, we need to reach out to the Obama State Department." Why would the Obama State Department take a in-person meeting with the lawyers of the guy they think is corrupt, and in part are upset that Shokin's been letting off the
Burisma lawyers, or this is basically just so my understanding of corporations that want to gain legitimacy and why are they even getting Hunter Biden, right? You kind of got this into this I think with Sitch and Adam, right?
Yeah.
And I assume you got into this because you with Destiny. I assume you guys talked about like, does he have any experience? Does he like why bring him on? Right?
Biden says your boy Destiny says smoking crack's cool. All the famous people do it. All the that's what he said.
No, listen, like if I'm reading the tea leaves, and I have I have no special knowledge about these cases. You want to have if you have a history of corruption or whatever, and you want to join like the legitimate world, or you want to be taken more seriously, you name new people to the board, right? You change out.
That's fine, dude. He got named,
right?
but Hunter Biden admitted in an interview he probably got hired because who his dad was. Cool. It's irrelevant to what we're talking about here.
Yeah, no, but it gets to the point of like, why is Burisma making efforts and overtures to the government at all, right? Why are they? Well,
I know why they're doing it. That's not the question. The question is why is the Obama?
Listen. What is the more plausible situation, right? That the United States government, right, is actually extracting something from Burisma, is pulling information from Burisma, is using Burisma as an asset, and Burisma is complying, or Burisma is soliciting this meeting with the United States government and the State Department in order to preserve the $100,000 salary that Biden's.
Okay, so let's take your
like,
let's
right?
Okay, let's no, you're right. You're right. Let's take your theory then. So the theory is this: the Burisma people are cooperating against Zlochevsky. They're going there saying, "Hey, we're the lawyers for Burisma, not Zlochevsky. That fucking Zlochevsky. Let me tell you about him, but not Burisma."
I'm just asking you, what do you think is more plausible? That America is that they're trying to make overtures to America to get on America's good side, or that there's some secret plot for this salary that you're getting by virtue of being a board
It's
member?
because you're offering a false dichotomy. I don't think that either of those options are most likely. I think the most likely option is this: that the lawyers for Burisma were also the lawyers for Zlochevsky, that there wasn't a separation, and that they were pissed that their assets had been frozen, and that the entire reason they hired Hunter Biden in the first place was so that they had some sort of leverage with the Obama State Department, because they understood that Obama was basically part and parcel to propping up the government of Poroshenko. And so once the investigation actually froze their assets, they immediately got in the horn and said, "Hey, remember Hunter Biden works here, wink wink nod nod, he could get in trouble too, so we'd like to talk to you about this." So they went and talked and they pled their case, and they were like, "We don't think we're corrupt. We think that this investigation's crazy. We think that Shokin's off his rocker. He shouldn't be freezing this assets. By the way, Hunter Biden's here, right?" And Novelli at the State Department was like, "Okay." And then within a month, Biden's on a plane and he's saying, "I want Shokin fired." But let's say your theory's correct. Let's say your theory is that they were just somehow cooperating. The lawyers for Burisma were cooperating against Zlochevsky, right? Let's assume that. That's the theory. Okay, did you know where the investigation went once Shokin was fired?
Where the investigation into
Burisma went. Yes. Do you know where it went?
They're I don't think anyone was charged from the board, right?
Well, right, but the investigation didn't end. Right? It went to another agency. The agency it went to was called the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine. It's basically their FBI, the NABU. Now, the NABU was created by the Obama State Department. And we have evidence from State Department people like George Kent that they were, even though he testified to the contrary, they were so involved with the NABU that they would literally say, "We don't think you should prosecute these people," if it was people the Obama. So they basically took their cue from the Obama State Department because they were entirely financed. They were literally created once Poroshenko was in office through funds from the Obama State Department. So this was the biggest, so much of an ally to the Obama State Department that they had back channels where the Obama State Department felt comfortable enough to tell the NABU, you should drop investigations into the Anti-Corruption Action Center because we're partially financing them. And the NABU said, okay, no problem. And they dropped those. So surely now, it's beyond dispute that Zlochevsky's corrupt, according to the Obama State Department, and Shokin was corrupt in not prosecuting him and a bunch of other corrupt people. So now, finally, it's with the NABU, who are allies to the Obama State Department, was created by them. Surely now they'll charge Zlochevsky, right? Especially because, according to you, Burisma's lawyers were cooperating with the Obama State Department in order to out the corrupt Zlochevsky.
Whoa, no, I didn't say that. I said, we don't know what they're providing the State Department. I don't know. I have not made any statement that they're trying to go after Zlochevsky. Zlochevsky, who's a principal of Burisma. I think it's much more plausible that they're trying to go after Shokin or go after any number of targets or any other investigatory action or espionage.
You think that's what Burisma was doing? They were trying to go after Shokin, or you think that's what the Obama State Department?
I think what America wants is to exercise influence over Ukraine.
Right.
I think that's what they're doing.
Sure.
And I think they're doing it for geostrategic political reasons and not for the whims of Joe Biden. That's basically my whole point.
Well, you don't think that that's part of it? So it's okay if they're corruptly wanting prosecutors out and they're willing to work with corrupt Russian oligarchs' lawyers to do so. That's okay because it proves that it couldn't have been a personal benefit that Hunter Biden was working with that corrupt Russian oligarch.
The fact that you have people in Ukraine, including principals of Burisma, speaking to America I do not see that as I see that as much more indicative of them trying to get something from America and America interacting with Burisma. And I think Hunter Biden is probably an effort from Burisma to seem more approachable and like they're changing their tune, right? And to make an appearance like they're legitimate. That's why hence the issues with the conflict.
I've laid my case out.
I think the freezing of the assets that you're referencing, I'm seeing that it happened in 2015.
That's wrong.
It was unveiled.
Can you see my screen?
Hang on.
I'll screen share.
I have something from the Washington Post that says, on February 2nd, 2015, the Prosecutor General's office seized personal property attributed to Zlochevsky.
Well, they're wrong.
Owned by his family. The court order was not published, but journalists eventually exposed what had happened later in 2015. Now, here's where it gets complicated. On November 10, 2015, the Ukrainian parliament adopted a law amending the procedure for asset seizures, requiring higher standards of proof. The law came into force in December, and Zlochevsky appealed the seizure. In the meantime, the same month, the PGO tried to send its case to another prosecutorial entity, the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, which is funded with U.S. and European aid and received technical support from the FBI. NABU received tons of files in December 2015, just as their jurisdiction was starting. And that on December 25th, 2015, the seizure was canceled, but the court order was not published until January 27, 2016, and it prompted a public outcry. So the PGO scrambled to get it reinstated, and the order was published on February 4th, 2016.
Cool. So they seized the assets on February 2nd, 2016.
It sounds like they seized it in 2015
No, it just said that it was canceled, and the assets were actually seized in 2016.
Okay, but it sounds like the seizure happened on February 2nd, 2015 for the first time, right? And it was canceled. This is what the Washington Post says. And that basically this is all to clear up a misconception attributed to Lindsey Graham, where he said that there was a raid in February 2016. But basically, I think what the Washington Post is alleging is that that property had already been seized in a previous court ruling.
So your claim is that this Ukrainian state news agency paper that says that the court satisfied the petition on February 2nd, 2016 is lying. It's lying.
No,
that actually they seized it in February 2015.
I think it's true that there was that the order was approved, right? The order was approved after being canceled in 2016. But I think that if it's true, right, that this is a reinstatement of a previously issued seizure in 2015, does that at all undercut your argument at all?
No, Why would it?
Okay, so
in fact, that buttresses the argument, right? Because the argument would now there's two things that goes against it. Because one, the idea that Zlochevsky that Shokin wasn't doing anything, right? Well, that's full of shit because he came in February of 2015, right? So if that's when he was sworn in, and then immediately they're filing a petition to seize this assets, and one of the arguments from the Obama State Department is Shokin wasn't doing anything. Well, he was there when they were freezing his assets and going through that process that whole time. And secondly, he could have, as the person in charge, stopped that re-seizure in February 2016, but he didn't. He pushed for it and seized it. So that's even worse for you.
Wait. How is that worse? Wait, so the act of Zlochevsky fighting the seizure under new seizure laws, that's evidence of corruption of Hunter Biden and the State Department?
What the fuck are you talking about? No, the entire argument is that one of the allegations was that Shokin wasn't going after Zlochevsky, right? And I'm like, well, he seized the assets in February, and as soon as these assets were seized, within a week, then we saw lawyers from Burisma meeting with the Obama State Department saying, Hunter Biden, Hunter Biden, Hunter Biden. Then we see almost immediately after that, Joe Biden issue a quid pro quo. Then they fire Shokin. Then the investigation gets kicked to Obama State Department ally, which the article you just read admits, funded by the Obama State Department, the NABU, and then they bury the investigation, right? And so you're like, but wait a minute. What if he didn't seize the assets in February 2016? What if it was February 2015? But then there were legal challenges the whole time. Well, one, that cuts against the argument that for years that Shokin wasn't doing anything. And second, it shows that Shokin still fought it and got the assets frozen in February 2nd, 2016. And it wasn't until the assets were officially seized and taken that the lawyers came and met with the Obama State Department saying Hunter Biden's name. I don't understand how you think this is beneficial to you. It makes the argument even worse.
No. It makes the argument that there's progress being done in a temporal link. I think it undermines it. It shows that this is, as the Washington Post puts it, a technical reinstatement of a court order that had been in place for a year.
When was the property seized?
In February. I think that's when the raid happened.
Of February of what?
2015.
So you're saying when this press agency releases the movable and immovable property of Minister of Ecology has been seized, the court satisfied this petition on February 2nd, 2016. You're saying that property had already been seized. It was already seized for a year. That's your claim. This Washington Post is disputing Lindsey Graham's account that there was a raid in February 2nd, 2016 . And so so why would I believe the Washington Post over the official Ukrainian state agency, first of all? Second, I don't think it's saying that, but please post it.
Yeah, okay, here we go.
Are you putting it in the Discord or?
I'll put it in the Twitch chat if that
works. Whatever's cool.
One thing is not to credit it. Another thing is say, even if it's true,
paywall or some shit.
Oh yeah,
that's all right. I can.
Sorry, my bad.
Way back in or something. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you.
Yeah, I think one thing is saying that it's not credible because Washington Post is not credible. Another thing is saying that if it's true, it helps us. And I think it undermines it because I think if it's just like a technical reinstatement responding, as the Washington Post says, to outcry, it sounds like if their account is true with the flavor that the Washington Post is adding, that it's a public responding to a public outcry, doesn't sound like it's some effort from Shokin to really get to the heart of it. It sounds like it's not that, right? That's all I'm saying. And that the timeline matters.
So explain to me. So your claim is this: that Shokin allowed these assets to be frozen in 2015, right? Then he does nothing, and there's court challenges the whole time, and eventually the courts.
In December of, not the whole time, right? December 2015. It looks like there was a change in law sometime in 2015 that prompted Zlochevsky's lawyers to appeal the seizure.
Oh shit! I don't know
how
to translate this. So
I literally have to go in a couple minutes.
Okay, by the way, I just want to say that the source for this is the AntAC, correct?
The source for this.
Nevertheless, February 2nd, 2015, Prosecutor General's evidence seized according to the AntAC, correct? That's the Anti-Corruption Action Center.
Yeah, I believe so. I'm sorry.
Do you know who the Anti-Corruption Action Center is?
My computer's freezing.
You can take my word for it, I guess. Let me show the audience. I will show them, and then you can see right here. Nevertheless, February 2nd, 2015, Prosecutor General seized personal property of Zlochevsky, but legally owned by his family, including the...
You're breaking up. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. All
right. So yeah, the if you can't see...
I didn't hear what you said, though.
It was the AntAC. I read that according to the AntAC, that's what they did. Oh, let me find the link. Oh, shit.
My entire computer is fucking freezing right now. Okay.
All right. This is bullshit. Not you. Just my computer here I'm fighting with, too. All right. Let me go to my bookmarks.
You have all these bookmarks ready?
Well,
I love
fucking
it.
have debated people.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Let's see. Let's see.
Or is this some like organization that's a front for?
It's paid for by the Obama State Department and George Soros. Is who the AntAC.
Okay, but
George Soros. George Soros Open Society Foundation issued a memo in February 2016 for its strategy in Cray, identifying the nonprofit Anti-Corruption Action Center as the lead for its efforts. The State Department and Soros Foundation jointly funded the AntAC. You could read about the funding here from George Kent. In April 2016, U.S. Embassy Chargé d'Affaires George Kent sent a letter to Ukrainian Prosecutor General's office demanding that Ukrainian prosecutors stand down a series of investigations into how the Ukraine's nonprofit spent U.S. aid dollars, including the Anti-Corruption Action Center. So, again, when I told you that the Obama State Department was pressuring the NABU to not investigate agency and NGOs that they were funding, one of them was the AntAC. Then the only evidence you have of...
Wait. So all I'm saying is you can either credit or not credit the report, and it's subsource, or whatever you want to call it, right? But if it's true, right? If it is that case, then I think it should just be... And it's the last thing I'll say, and I'll let you have the last word, because I literally have to go. It's too late. If the AntAC is correct, it does undermine your point. I mean,
I don't understand how it does. I literally have no clue. If
it's true,
why would so let me just re-explain. Let me rethink this through. February 2015, they physically seized the assets, right?
Right. It's disputing that assets.
And so the car, the houses, all the shit that I mentioned, it's gone. Zlochevsky does not have access to it.
They examined one discrepancy between the two orders. And I think there's like one additional thing or a couple from this article, right? Between the two.
So you're saying possibly they seized one additional thing in 2016. Yeah. Okay, but nonetheless, that's going to undercut your argument even more. But let's forget about that for a second, right? So let's just say they seized everything they seized in 2015, right? And then in December, some law got changed or something. And Zlochevsky says, "Oh, I think you can't seize my shit now under that." They already have his shit. But he basically is like, well, wait a minute. Does this new law mean you shouldn't have taken that? And then the court in February 2nd says, no, we're still going to take it. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, in February 2016, no. That the prosecutors fought back against it. So, in response to the public outcry is what AntAC alleges and what the
But I don't understand. Fought back against what? They already had the property.
No, that it was canceled, right? The court canceled it, right? And that the prosecutors in...
So wait, let me get this straight. They seized the property in 2015. Then the court cancels it and gives the property back. Then
I don't know if that's... You don't know if that's the result, right? You don't know the procedure. Does it take time for them to give it back? Like, what do they have a chance to appeal, right?
Okay, so they maybe didn't physically give it back, but rather they either physically gave it back or on paper said, we are going to give it back. That's the argument.
Right. What? But the prosecutor's office fought back, right? So, after it looks like a month plus, like a month and 2 days after it was published, it looks like what they're alleging is the prosecutor's office scrambled to get it reinstated after the publication of the order.
Okay, so then the argument is they seized the shit in 2015. Then at some point the court, not the prosecutor general's office, but the court says, okay, we're going to reverse that. And then whether or not
to lawyers from Zlochevsky.
So Zlochevsky's lawyer's fighting it. We don't think you should have took our shit. Court says we agree. We shouldn't have taken your shit, right? Public gets pissed.
Yeah.
Public gets pissed. So then Shokin's like, oh, no. Now, Shokin wasn't the court that ordered they gave it back. He's just the prosecutor. And as you know, he's not the one who makes the final decision on whether or not a judgment is upheld.
He makes the decision to appeal it. He makes the decision to...
Right. So there's no evidence whatsoever that Shokin was responsible for this order being overturned. This is all speculation. We have no proof of any of this. But, okay. Right? So we're going with this.
I'm not alleging...
I understand, but we're going to go with the hypothetical. So Shokin's not the one who gives the property back, but as the prosecutor, maybe he didn't fight hard enough to keep the order instated, is the best we could say.
No. I'm not making an active argument of corruption on his lack of fight back. I'm just saying it's an argument that cuts against the active investigatory steps being taken.
Okay, nonetheless, this gets back to the same argument I made originally, right? So then so what you're claiming is the only reason that Shokin actually went forward with it was because the public was pissed. And so he's like, well, fuck, I got to save face.
If that's true, that cuts against it, right?
No, I already went through this entire scenario without this little hiccup. Let's say that is true, right? Let's say that that's 100% true. I don't see evidence that it is, but let's say it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Why would the Biden administration then take that exact moment to take a visit from Burisma's lawyers and then immediately say, we want this guy fired? What in their minds they say, well, shit, the fact that even if it was to save face, he's now going after at least one corrupt oligarch.
Yeah, because I think that it's broader than that, right? It's a this guy was no good thing, and like
let me ask you this: would you think it cuts against your argument if they didn't meet, the Obama State Department didn't meet with lawyers for one of those other corrupt oligarchs? Would you think that cuts back?
No.
So if it just so happened of the dozen or so corrupt oligarchs that they were upset weren't being prosecuted, the only lawyers they met with were the one that Hunter Biden worked for.
I am not saying that they were upset that Zlochevsky wasn't being investigated. I've never said that.
Well, they were.
I don't know that to be the case. The
AntAC says it.
It could be the case. In which case, like, if that's true, then there could be a million bajillion reasons. What you were like before, I heard you say something like, "We all know why they were talking, right? We know." Like, Destiny said something absurd like, "Well, I'm not going to believe it until you tell me what happened in that meeting." And you were like, well, we all know. But like, no, you don't. Like, there could be a trillion things that happen in that meeting. They could be throwing Zlochevsky under the bus. They could be giving information about something unrelated related to corruption. They could be saying, don't go after us because we're willing to play ball. Go after Shokin because Shokin has been fucking up. And actually, we're whatever.
By the way, the part that the audience isn't getting, that Shokin has publicly came out and said that he had conversations directly with Poroshenko, where Poroshenko said Joe Biden wants you fired because he needs assurances that you're not looking into his son. He testified to that in a court case in Ukraine.
Okay, but if you're not going to credit self-serving statements by agencies, why would you credit self-serving statements by Shokin?
Well, that's a great question. If you are going to credit self-serving agencies, why wouldn't you credit self-serving agencies from Shokin? Same thing, right? That's what I'm saying. It always seems you give the most charitable as possible interpretation to anything that could possibly show any sort of corruption. Right?
It's not charitable.
That is charitable. Your argument is quite literally, well, we don't know. Maybe once these assets were frozen, maybe then immediately Burisma's lawyers get on the horn, and they're not saying, hey, can you help us out of this jam? Maybe what they're saying is, it's really Shokin that's corrupt, and we'll cooperate with you, and they're really helping the United States, but the United States never publicly acknowledged it.
I think that is way more plausible.
No, it's not.
Oh, dude.
Are you fucking kidding me? You think it's more plausible?
Okay. I just want to give one statement, and I legitimately do, and you'll get the last word, I promise. This is the last statement I'll say. I think it's more plausible that these communications and meetings and that actions taken in Ukraine here, given basically what I think is a not plausibly enticing prize in the form of either a salary or a promise not to prosecute some, Hunter Biden, who, by the way, how often is he in Ukraine? Would he be subject to the jurisdiction of Ukraine? Would America ever extradite him to Ukraine? How much danger is he in? Like,
you're missing the point. That has nothing to do with anything.
How likely is it?
That has nothing to do with it. No, it's not that. How do you think? Wait a minute. what do you think the political chances of the Obama administration and Biden would be if it came to light that they were giving money to an organization led by a corrupt Russian oligarch that was fraudulently paying Hunter Biden? What do you think the chances of that? And that the government and that the government of Ukraine said, we have investigated and found crimes of Hunter Biden and we want to prosecute him. And the Biden administration or the Obama administration says, no, we won't leave him be extradited. What do you think that does to them politically?
That's what they were trying to they were trying to insulate themselves from, and I actually think genuinely they were trying to get Ukraine on board and pro-Western by having a quote unquote quid pro quo in the first place, is to say that this money is conditioned. So I think that they're aware of the appearance of it. And I think even insiders in the government are aware of the conflict of interest. So I'm not denying that there could be like some potential political blowback, but look at how much, I don't think that that's active and front and center on their mind, is like the potential political campaign of like Joe Biden. It's not just Joe Biden. It's the entire thing. It's the entire apparatus would come down. If literally Joe Biden was the point person from the Obama administration to weed out corruption in Ukraine, right? And the president that they basically, I would say handpicked, you might not say that, but that they certainly had a great working relationship with Poroshenko. His prosecutors say, we are prosecuting Hunter Biden because he was working for the very corrupt Russian oligarchs that Joe Biden said that he was going to weed out. You don't think that the Obama administration or Biden have any incentive to stop that story from spreading? And then the final question I'll ask you is, are you really going to tell me if it was Trump, you'd give that same benefit of the doubt? Whoa.
You know what you would say. What you would say. Oh, well, you know.
Wait. Have you heard me say anything about Kushner and Saudi? Have you heard me say anything?
What's the difference? Was there a quid pro quo? Was there a forcing of a fire? I would be saying it. I'll tell you that. If Donald Trump would have forced the firing of a prosecutor looking into a Kushner company, you're goddamn right I'd be calling for a special counsel.
Hang on a second. You have to establish that the underlying act itself is problematic. That's the whole question.
Right,
You can't make a short circuit around the thing.
It is problematic.
Your whole argument
definitely problematic. Using a quid pro quo of $1 billion tax dollars to fire a prosecutor looking at your son's company is definitely problematic.
Okay, listen.
It's really funny, Pisco. Someday you'll look. I will.
Let me finish it.
Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead. Finish up.
I'd like to finish a thought. So, and this will be my last thought, and you can say someday you'll look back and you'll be embarrassed or whatever you want to say at the end of it.
It should be
notice
tomorrow.
I don't say these things. I think that in order to have an accusation, right, a credible accusation that Joe Biden acted with a corrupt intent, that's what you need to prove, right? That is what you're trying to prove, is a corrupt motive and intent for Joe Biden. Your timeline has to be in a line, right? And if the substance of the investigation, there's no reason to believe it targets any activities that would implicate Hunter Biden at all, right? There's been nothing of substance on the merits of what's underlying there that would seem to put Hunter Biden in any danger at all of that prosecution, or any misconduct alleged to Hunter Biden with respect to Burisma. Nothing has ever come
How do we know? What was the investigation? Show me was there a special counsel I was unaware of?
Bro, wait. The investigation into Burisma that you're alleging is being stymied, or you're alleging is what was, or I guess people also are alleging that wasn't being acted fast enough by Shokin, had to do, from what I can see, right, based on the evidence I have, on conduct that predates Hunter Biden's position on the board, right?
So what?
I would like to finish my statement, if that's okay with you.
Please, go ahead. We give go.
Yeah, I'll give you the last thing. I do have to go though. So, given that, I don't really see that there's any real threat to Hunter Biden's in terms of a prosecutorial perspective, and even if there is a jurisdictional threat, like he's going to get arrested in Ukraine, or that the Obama administration wouldn't be aware of that before Hunter Biden went in there, or that Hunter Biden himself, based on his lawyers, wouldn't be aware of that before he got in there. Given I think the lack of connection there both affects risk of prosecution and political blowback. You know, like if there's no evidence,
it sounds like a bunch of gobbledygook to me. In the words of Norm Macdonald, it's fucking nonsense. It's nonsense. You're just rambling on. It's just fucking horseshit. Anytime, here, let me make a simple statement. Anytime that I'm just going to make a statement. Please keep and vis-a-vis see the get to the fucking point. You're saying nothing.
Wait, no. I'm actually saying very clear things. Number one, right? Low risk of actual prosecution since there's no substantive underlying thing, right? That has been alleged, that anyone has pointed to, right? So it would be weird to suggest that Joe Biden is motivated by a fear. Let me finish this, please. I'm
letting you finish. We'll be here all fucking night. You're not saying anything.
Wait. I'm doing a number. I'm doing a number list. Is this saying something? Low risk of of actual prosecution. Is that something that I just said?
Keep going.
Given no actual substantive allegation that has been alleged of misconduct. Number two, low risk of political blowback because there's been no allegation of improper conduct with respect to Burisma other than his presence on the board in the first place, then there's low chance of political blowback, low chance that Joe Biden is being motivated by it. Number three, any other possible motive related to his salary, it's so small potatoes is ridiculous. Number four, the vast majority of the Western world and civilized liberal democracies wanted this guy fired in the first place. And I guess I would point to number five, the fact that America in these geostrategic interests game is being motivated by that geostrategic interest. That's why they're funneling tons of money now, is because they actually want to influence and wield power. It's way more plausible that that's what's going on here and not fucking small potatoes Hunter Biden without any risk of prosecution.
Okay, Pisco, I'll defeat those points one by one, but I'll let you go by saying this. Yeah. Anytime that a powerful politician in the United States issues a quid pro quo of billions of dollars to force the firing of a prosecutor looking into a family member's company, there should be a special counsel. I understand that you don't think that's the case when it's Biden. You would definitely think if it was when it was Trump. You're a hack piece of shit, and you always give the most charitable interpretation whatsoever when it comes to protecting anyone that's seen as going against Trump. That's who you are. You protect the corruption, and you should be embarrassed about it. The fact that you're even trying to defend that there's not a conflict of interest here when we even have the State Department in private conversation saying that they understood that this had the appearance of a conflict of interest. Now, I'll rebut all of these one by one if you like. You can stick around for it or you could leave if you're busy. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'll go in and listen to them, okay?
Okay, see you.
Love you, Doc.
Yep, see you. Take it easy. So you can see exactly what people on the left side of the ledger will be able to do, right? So his arguments were this. There's no accusation whatsoever that Joe Biden or Hunter Biden did anything illegal. Well, not according to the prosecutor Shokin, who said that he was seeking to have interviews with Hunter Biden to see what he knew. The entire allegation is this company was set up as sort of a shell game that was illicitly taking money from the people of Ukraine in illegal ways by this oligarch that was a pro-Russian oligarch. And the prosecutor said that in the process of his investigating, that he was going to investigate Hunter Biden to see what he knew. So, of course, it would be hard to say what did Hunter Biden know, was all the criminal nature before Hunter Biden came there or not, if we never even got to the point where the prosecutor was able to interview Hunter Biden. Of course, that would be the case. His second point's basically the same, that Hunter Biden wasn't accused of this. The third point was, when it comes, I can't remember exactly what, everyone wanted him fired. We've already fucking dealt with that. The fourth point was that this is part of a geopolitical shell game, so they had other reasons. Right. If it's part of a geopolitical shell game, then it might make sense that the reason that Hunter Biden's there with a country that the United States is seeking to influence would be illicit in the first place, especially when the United States, the Obama State Department, is saying that this very company that he's on the board of directors for is fucking corrupt. The guy running it is corrupt. So it would seem that they would have intervened to stop that. He says, fifth, that that's small potatoes, that the ability that he's only getting $100,000 a month, that's small potatoes, millions of dollars. $100,000 a month, that's small potatoes. It's not just about whether Hunter Biden committed a crime. It's not just about the money he's getting. It's about the political blowback that the American people would be outraged by realizing that the United States is sending billions of dollars to this place that's enriching the vice president's son, and it's doing so giving this money to a corrupt Russian oligarch that's then being prosecuted, and that Hunter Biden might be part of the people that are being questioned for this. Even if he's not in a crime, the American people would be outraged. That's what would happen. The blowback would be immense, right? Now, he would never do this, right? Is he looking at the alleged quid pro quo from Trump and saying the blowback would be immense if Trump really wanted to do a quid pro quo to announce an investigation in Biden? Like, well, that's so low game, that wouldn't help him whatsoever. So burying an investigation that implicates Hunter Biden, that's low stakes, no big deal, even though he was getting $100,000. But Trump saying, I want this investigating, yeah, he definitely did that for personal reasons. So you can see that he's full. Now, let's go to this article. So he's hinging on the fact he has to say, well, Shokin didn't really freeze the assets. He didn't really freeze the assets. That didn't happen. It was frozen a year before. Let's go to the article. Let's see what it says. from the Washington Post. Now that I've had a chance to read it. The facts. Zlochevsky served as top Ukrainian government positions in the country's energy sector, transformed himself into one of the country's richest men. In the process, he faced years of legal troubles and allegations of corruption, which he has denied. Britain once froze assets. Zlochevsky was under scrutiny by Ukrainian prosecutors. On August 5th, 2014, the PGO initiated a case regarding large-scale illicit enrichment and money laundering alleged in Zlochevsky, according to a timeline provided by Burnham by, remember this, the Anti-Corruption Action Center, a leading anti-corruption group. After briefly transferring the case to the Ministry of Affairs on December 29, 2014, the PGO issued a notification of suspicion to Zlochevsky. Regarding the allegations, Anti-Corruption Action Center reports that the process for success were low from the beginning because the statutes for the illicit enrichment required a high burden of proof to show the assets were proceeds of bribery. Ukrainian journalists say that making the case briefly a police matter led to the unfreezing of Zlochevsky's assets in Britain. So that answers but what about Britain? Shokin wasn't doing anything because of Britain. Journalists say that the case making it a police matter led to the unfreezing of his assets in Britain. Nevertheless, on February 2nd, 2015, the PGO's office seized personal property attributed to Zlochevsky but legally owned by his family, including a mansion. The court order was not published, but journally eventually exposed what happened later in 2015. Unfortunately, I think this is... I don't know how to translate this because it only shows up on an archive. Can we see the date at least? So July 30th. At least the date makes sense. But you see all these are in. Now here's where it gets complicated. On November 10th, 2015, the Ukrainian parliament adopted a law amending the procedure for asset seizures, requiring higher standards of proof. The law came into force in December, and Zlochevsky appealed. In the meantime, that same month, the PGO tried to send its cases to another prosecutorial entity, the NABU, which was the organization that was funded by the U.S. and European aid and technical support for the FBI. The NABU receives tons of files in December 2015, just as their jurisdiction was starting, said Kalyanuk, the head of the AntAC. During a December visit to Kiev, Biden had addressed the Ukrainian parliament and decried the cancer corruption in the country. The office of the PGO desperately needs reform, he said. During that visit, he also privately urged Poroshenko to fire Shokin. So he wants Shokin fired for corruption and not prosecuting, and his allies, the NABU, they got the case now into Zlochevsky, right? There was a window of a few weeks when Zlochevsky's lawyer sued to unseize the asset, said the guy from the NAC. The court unseized the assets in December, when the case was in between jurisdictions. The prosecutors didn't even show up, because they had no jurisdiction since the case was transferred from Shokin into the NABU. So, here's what this is saying. Shokin's office pushed to seize the assets. Then, the court overturned that. Then it went to the NABU, the allies of the Obama administration. They chose to not do anything. Shokin couldn't do anything because he was no longer in charge of the case. So that's what this is saying. So on December 25th, the seizure was canceled, but the court order was not published till January 27th, and it prompted public outcry according to the AntAC. So the PGO scrambled to get it reinstated, and the order was published February 4th. When we asked Graham why he thought there was a raid, he pointed to the second court order. However, it references property seized under the previous ruling. In other words, there was a largely technical reinstatement of a court order that had already been in place at least for a year. Matching up the assets listed on July 5th and February 26th, the main difference was the inclusion of a Rolls-Royce and a trailer, though the NAC reports a luxury car was seized in 2015. Later in 2016, on November 1st, the seizure was canceled after the PGO closed the case, according to the NAC. That's not what happened. Shokin was fired and the case went to the NABU. The case over time had been turned into an investigation of possible tax avoidance, and Burisma subsidiary paid back the taxes. As for the Biden phone calls, the Obama administration regularly provided detailed readouts of the calls, so the topics were documented. February 11, Biden spoke to Poroshenko by phone. The two leaders agreed the importance of unity among Ukrainian political figures to pass reforms with the IMF. Another call took place between Biden and Poroshenko 2 days after the president announced he asked Shokin to resign. The vice president also commented on Poroshenko's decision to replace Prosecutor General Shokin, which paved the way for needed reform of prosecution. February 19, Poroshenko announced he received Shokin's resignation letter. That same day, Biden spoke separately to Poroshenko and Prime Minister Yakunzik. He urged Ukrainians' leadership to unite behind the popular brand. I listened to all the February calls until Nunez floated this conspiracy theory, blah, blah, blah. Here they are saying Burisma wasn't significant enough. Solomon acknowledged there had been a seizure of assets in 2013, but said that on the basis of his interviews, such as with Shokin and a review of court files, he believes new assets were seized in February 2016. My understanding is that there was a re-seizure and new seizure of assets. There was a back and forth. I'm very careful I use the word seizure. The purpose of our investigations is to find the truth that the son of former vice president was doing on the board of a Ukrainian gas company, paying him $50,000 a month. More than that. He didn't have any known experience. Blah, blah, blah. The whole point is, the lawyers, once the re-seizure occurred, if that's what happened, and there was additional assets seized, they got pissed, or they immediately reached out to the Obama State Department. Now, I want to find the article Destiny read last night. Now, this is saying Burisma wasn't a big reason, right? That's By the way, let me give a little conspiracy theory. What do you think the chances are that Pisco didn't know about, he didn't watch the debate between me and Destiny on Burisma. He just happened to now, months later, have watched the Adam and Sitch debate and wanted to talk about Burisma. What do you think? What do you think the chances of that are? He just happened to have this articles on hand. I don't give a shit because the truth's the truth. For God's sakes, I hate the Washington Post for various reasons, not the least of which is you have to archive everything. One second. I almost found. I think this might be the same. A leading Ukrainian anti-corruption activist disputed Shokin's assertion that he was investigating Burisma. Shokin was not investigating. He did not want to investigate Burisma, said Kalyanuk of the Anti-Corruption Action Center, and Shokin was fired not, but quite to the contrary, because he failed that investigation. So the other article that said, oh, it had nothing to do with it, here's the very same guy that's sourced in the other article admitting that's why he was fired. He was fired because he wouldn't investigate. That's what that article says. From the same guy. One more. And you'll see everywhere when you see this talked about, that's the guy they cite constantly. Kalyanuk from the Anti-Corruption Action Center. That's not it. Oops. Fuck. Nonetheless, it's fucking 1. Sorry I missed the chat. I was looking into stuff. But you can see just how willing. So, okay, they froze. Like, all of that was just, okay, so maybe the assets were froze for a year when it was under the Prosecutor General's office, and then it got kicked to the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, and the assets got unfrozen, and then the Prosecutor General's office went in and re-seized the assets, and a couple more. And then immediately, the lawyers reach out to the Biden State, or the Obama State Department, and then Biden issues his quid pro quo. Huh. Well, that's okay. Maybe the corrupt company's lawyers was reaching out, and they just mentioned Biden, but it didn't have anything to do with him, and they were helping. They were helping go after other corrupt people. Maybe that's what was going on. All you have to do is ask yourself if the shoe was on the other foot. What would they say if it was Trump? That's all you have to ask yourself. Anyways, it's 1, so I'm going to end this shit. Well, I probably won't be streaming tomorrow evening because it's Wednesday and that's when I get home and I like to hang out with my wife and son. No, Keelan, to clarify this, let me clarify. I'll outline, even including. Viktor Shokin was a guy that a bunch of companies accused of corruption. Ukraine was a country that was considered one of the most corrupt in Eastern Europe, right? There was all sorts of money going from politicians' kids, the money coming from the United States to Ukraine, back to friends and family of politicians. This was occurring with John Kerry's kid, with Hunter Biden, etc. Right? Hunter Biden had no experience whatsoever, and he's on the board of this company, Burisma, that according to the Obama State Department is a company ran by a man who is a pro-Russian oligarch who has committed crimes, and they're upset because they feel that the corrupt prosecutors in Ukraine aren't going after corrupt oligarchs enough. And so, in 2015, right as Viktor Shokin's being sworn in as the head of the PGO, they are seizing the assets of this guy Zlochevsky. Now, the official Obama line of this, the Democrat line is, but the PGO was corrupt. They weren't going after people. You just saw Kalyanek from the Anti-Corruption Action Center say, oh, they weren't investigating Burisma. They weren't doing anything. Yet the assets were frozen. Apparently that's something that Zlochevsky didn't like because when he saw an opportunity, he challenged it in court and it was temporarily reversed. However, while it was reversed, the case was on the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, which was funded by the Obama State Department. So it was the allies of the Obama State Department. Then the Prosecutor General's office, according to this one guy who happens to be working with an Obama-funded NGO, says, oh, the only reason that they re-seized the assets once it went back to Shokin was because of public outcry. Okay. So anyways, they re-seize the assets and a couple more. And then almost immediately we see that Burisma, the lawyers for Zlochevsky, contact the Obama State Department. They keep saying, Hunter Biden works here, Hunter Biden works here, Hunter Biden works here. They go. As soon as they start in cooperation with that meeting, around that point, Joe Biden starts calling Poroshenko saying, I want Viktor Shokin fired. I want him fired. Kalyanek from the AntAC that everyone's relying on says that the reason he wanted him fired was because he wasn't going after Burisma hard enough. But let's assume that Kalyanek's wrong and it was because he wasn't going after other corruption as well. They fire Shokin. The investigation then goes to the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, which then promptly buries the investigation. That's it in a nutshell. Politicians' kids in the United States getting tons of money from this corrupt company. Thank you so much, FX. I appreciate it. Prosecutors seizing assets of the owner of that corrupt company. Lawyers for that corrupt company talking to the Obama State Department. Obama State Department sending Joe Biden to issue a quid pro quo to fire the lawyer, and then no one gets charged. That's it. And Pisco and Destiny and Sitch and all of them, they're like, well, but, we don't see anything with this. We don't think there was a reason for an investigation. And the reason they have to say it so much, they wouldn't even say it. They wouldn't defend Biden like this. They wouldn't, except one thing. They hated the Orange Man. And the Orange Man saw that and said, well, wait a fucking minute. Now it's my time. I'm president, and it's my time to be sending money to Ukraine. And I see all this corruption with all of these Democrats that were getting money. Remember also this. Remember that Ukraine admitted, politicians in Ukraine admitted to interfering in the 2016 election. Let's see if I can find that article. It's a tough one to find. Here's the link. You have to download the PDF, but I'll show you. Because this has since been pretty much scrubbed. So while this is going on in Ukraine, Ukraine is interfering. Politicians in Ukraine are exactly what we're accused Russia of doing. Interfering in the election to help Hillary Clinton. Here, don't believe me? This is from the Financial Times, not from Alex Jones, you'll notice. Ukraine's leaders campaign against pro-Putin Trump. This is from August 28, 2016. Yeah, you read that right before the election in 2016. For years, Sergei Lyshenko, top Ukrainian anti-corruption campaigner, worked to expose kleptocracy under former President Yanukovych. Now he's forcing a new perceived pro-Russian threat to Ukraine, U.S. presidential candidate Trump. The prospect of Mr. Trump, who has praised Ukraine's archenemy Putin, becoming the leader of the country's biggest ally, has spurred not just Lyshenko, but Kiev's wider political leadership to do something they never would have attempted before. Intervene, however indirectly, in a U.S. election. Whoopsie daisy. Womp 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 womp. Lyshenko and Ukraine's Anti-Corruption Bureau published a secret ledger this month that authorities claim show millions of dollars off the book for payments to Manafort, a ledger that was never confirmed. Manafort vigorously denies wrongdoing, subsequently resigned from his campaign role. Lyshenko and other political actors in Kiev say their efforts will continue to prevent a candidate who recently suggested Russia might keep Crimea from reaching the summit of American power. The Trump presidency would change the pro-Ukrainian agenda in American foreign policy. For me, it was important to show not only the corruption aspect, but he's a pro-Russian candidate who could break geopolitical balance. Trump's rise has led to new cleavage in Ukraine's political establishment. Hillary Clinton, the Democratic nominee, is backed by the pro-Western government that took power after Yanukovych was ousted in 2014. The former Yanukovych campaign supported leans towards Trump. If Republican candidate loses in November, some suggest Kiev's action may have played at least a small role. Ukraine's anti-corruption activists have probably saved the Western world. Anton Chekhov has said it. Western-based academic specializing in Russian Ukraine tweeted after Manafort resigned. See, they thought it was important. Concerns about Trump rocketed in Kiev when he hinted some weeks ago he might recognize Russia's claim to Kiev, or Crimea. Natalie Jaresko, a U.S.-born Ukrainian and former State Department official who served for years with Ukraine's finance minister, fired off a volley of tweets to U.S. officials. In one, she challenged former Republican candidate McCain. Please assure us you disagree with the statement in Crimea, Ukraine. Trump's lies not positioned in the free world, including the Republican Party. Former Prime Minister warned that Mr. Trump would challenge the very values of the free world. Ukrainian politicians were angered by Trump's team's alleged role in removing reference to providing arms to Kiev. No wonder some Ukrainian political figures are getting involved to an unprecedented degree in trying to weaken the Trump bandwagon. Kiev moved on verbal criticism when Ukraine's National Anti-Corruption Bureau and Mr. Lyshenko published the ledger. The revelations provoked fury among former Regions Party's backers. Asked by telephone about Mr. Manafort's activities, former Yanukovych loyalists said that he let loose a string of expletives. He accused Western media of working in the interest of Hillary Clinton by trying to bring down Trump, you think? Though most Ukrainians are disillusioned with the country's current leadership for stalled reforms and lackluster anti-corruption, Mr. Lyshenko said events of the past 2 years have locked Ukraine into pro-Western courts. The majority of Ukraine's politicians, he added, are on Hillary Clinton's side. Well, that's nice, right? Then we know that a Clinton staffer named Alexandra Chalupa was going to Ukraine to get dirt on Trump. The exact thing they accused Trump's team of doing to get dirt from Russians. Is it any wonder why all this money is going to Ukraine now? You see, like, again, it's not... All I'm calling for is if we had a special counsel into Trump because he forced the firing of someone, why wouldn't we in this situation? Why wouldn't we? Well, we don't have allegations. No shit, because they fired the prosecutor looking into it. And then the United States didn't look into Hunter Biden. Now they are. How foolish will Pisco look if there's an investigation into Hunter Biden and it alleges some sort of inappropriate behavior when he was on the board at Burisma? How foolish will this whole spiel that Pisco just went off be? How foolish. Oh, I guess 8 years later they investigated and there was something there, but I still vehemently defend that they should have never investigated in the first place. Anyways, stream went 2 hours longer than I expected. It was supposed to be over at 11, so I'm going to head out. So like I said, I won't be here tomorrow evening, but I should be back Thursday. So tune in then. Also, I got the Saturday show, The Arena. It's going to be a good one. I'll make sure Thursday that I got the full lineup of people coming out to you. Go to my YouTube channel, my Rumble channel. You can see that debate I had with Destiny that Pisco apparently was on. He knew I debated, but he didn't know anything about it. He didn't hear about it. I like it. Am I doing any debate soon? I don't have anything specific lined up, but I'm always game. So maybe an offer will come. I'll tell Andrew I'm always down. Oh, shit. I forgot to do something. I'm always down for that sort of stuff. So, but yeah, it should be good. Anyways, I'm going to head out. I appreciate all of you sticking around. I look forward to seeing you all soon. I've got good shit coming up. My production values are getting better. Doing more debates. All this stuff. Can't wait. Can't wait to keep putting out content for you. Have a good time doing it. And in all honesty, Pisco is a disingenuous hack. I'll just ask the audience real quick. Is there anyone who doubts that if this was if this was Trump doing this, that Pisco would be like, yep, it's the same. Oh, well, you know. Is there anyone who doubts that? Anyone? He forced the fire. Prosecutor seizes the assets of the company that Don Jr. is working for. The lawyers immediately contact Trump's State Department. Trump then issues a quid pro quo to get lawyer fired. Then the company his son works for is magically left off the hook. You think, is there any chance whatsoever that Pisco or Destiny or Sitch or any of them that have defended this would be like, okay, yeah, we know the truth. He knows it too. He does. He just can't accept it. He can't accept he's on the side of corruption. But he is. Every single time. The hoops that they'll jump through. Hillary's team deleted subpoenaed evidence. Well, that's because he remembered a conversation 6 months prior that said that he was supposed to delete it, but he forgot to delete it. And then once he was told that the evidence was subpoenaed, he forgot that he was 2 days later, after told it was subpoenaed, that he was told that it was subpoenaed. But he did remember the conversation from 6 months ago, so he deleted the subpoenaed evidence. That's literally a Pisco belief. That's an argument. I mean, it's incredible. It really is. So, all right. I will talk to you all soon. I really enjoyed it. As always, have a good one.